4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
And we off. Oof. Delay.
Off with the memes.
So, first thing to talk about Zestiria is this game has a glitch on the PC version if you use keyboard input because of slightly lazy programming, where if you run in diagonal directions using keyboard, you run faster. It's a fairly common thing in games where they just don't compensate for being able to run full speed in two directions at once, but it makes you run quite a bit faster in this game, so keyboard and gamepad are separated out as categories.
It's like around 40% faster.
Yeah, 41-ish, or 44-ish, I don't remember anymore. I did the testing on that a long time ago. But just the beginning of the run is same as most JRPGs tend to be. There's very little action, lots of running around in cutscenes.
Oh, nice.
If you've ever played a Tales game, you'll know they're just fairly standard action RPGs. Ooh, nice stun.
Yep.
In combat, there's random encounters, and then you transition into a sort of circular battlefield. There's no turns or anything, you just run around, slap things. So he got a stun there. Stuns in this game are frustrating and a blessing at the same time. They're completely random, which they changed later on in the series. But in this game, they are very important, but unfortunately you have no control over whether the game does the thing for you or not. But we do make gross use of them over the course of the run. So Shin in this first dungeon, he touched one of the monument things, which give you tutorials. We didn't want the tutorial, we know how to play the game. Each one you do gives you a 1 AP, which you can use to unlock special like actions in battle. So we'll be tagging a fair amount of these in the early game to build our AP to the amount we need for the ones we actually care about. There isn't that many of them, so
yeah, we need
within
like
an hour we'll have.
Like we need around 33 AP for the first hour, and then like we're good for the rest.
Yeah. There's one in particular that costs 20, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's 20.
That's the most useful battle action in the game, which is the name of the things that cost the AP. So something to know about the cutscene skipping in this game, it's really, really, really awkward. Like, cutscene skipping on the first possible frame is... it's a challenge. You get stuck at the door there because there's sort of an interactive cutscene thing going on.
Yeah.
So you can't interact with anything.
This is like the one most noticeable one coming up here.
Yeah.
Like if you run into the village while they're still talking, then you'll just skip the cutscene. Like you won't trigger it, basically.
Yeah, the cutscene trigger is only at the entrance of the village. So, because of the diagonal movement shenanigans, if you just run straight into the village, you just run straight over the cutscene trigger during the interactive cutscene, and it isn't there until after the cutscene is done, so you have to go back. And this game's story triggers are airtight. There's if you miss a single story trigger, you will have to go back and do it. You won't be able to progress the story until you do. Every single cutscene is required, even if... And there is ways around quite a few of them, but you just can't skip them. You have to watch it anyway. So yeah, as discussed, lots and lots of cutscenes at the start of this game as you gain plot and characters. But first menu here, it's quite a long menu, but nothing compared to the ones in the future.
It's not that long, but yeah.
Yeah, there's some important stuff that you need to switch over. Most important part of the entire thing, to be honest, is switching Soray's title. There's a thing lots of people don't know about titles. They change the order in which you learn arts. And one of Soray's best arts, Tiger Blade, requires 2 levels in every title other than the one he just switched to, which he will learn it in 1 level. And that will be very useful in the second boss. Or the second boss. Now we have these cute little prickleball creatures that are RNG Fiesta. Where they're getting hella stuns, at least. Yeah, they're... Even though when the fights go bad, you don't lose much time, and it's nothing, like, significant when they go bad. It's so frustrating to see fights go badly, because you're looking at it and you're like, oh my time, even though you barely lost any. But these things don't have much HP or much of anything, really. So you can just kind of slap them, and they'll just fall over and die. If you just mash the button. We don't have access to any arts other than like the basic ones at this point, so it's just a matter of spamming the stuff you have until the things fall over.
Yeah, there's another thing we use here is like the focus attacks, which actually lets Alicia target the target I'm targeting at the start. If we do that a bit later, she just will stick to her target until she kills it.
Yeah, AI is somewhat finicky in this game. They don't like to change target when they're on a target, and they don't like to stop a combo if they're mid-combo, even if you like tell them to use an item. They're very stubborn, difficult to make use of. Later on, we will turn the AI off for a lot of fights entirely using the macro systems. But for now, AI is still like half of our damage because we have no access to things that make this game less difficult. So yeah, we've killed a whole bunch of prickleballs. We've skinned them, got their meat ready to go.
No.
Nice star mashing there.
Thanks. I just sometimes like it even though I don't really need it.
Yeah. So more cutscenes before we tackle our first boss, where we will learn an art that isn't just mashing the same button. Torque triggers are awkward in this game.
I forgot there was a torque trigger there.
Yeah. You have to approach NPCs from a specific direction all the time, and you have to get within range before you can talk to them. That range is not always the same between different NPCs. So Alicia left the party, but instead we get Mikleo, who's honestly pretty useful early on. His arts aren't awful. They have decent hits done on them. They last a decent amount of time. So you can quite frequently continue combos off of when Mikleo is doing things.
Oh.
So yeah, we learned Heavenly Torrent, which is water elemental. It can apply... Oh, hello. It can apply the art defense debuff, which isn't very handy right now, but will be a little bit later.
Well, that was a fight.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Just kind of fell over and died. Now, one thing to note about arts is they're separated into 3 types, which is martial arts, which is basically just your normal physical ones, hidden arts, which is hybrid between physical and art, which is, well, basically just magical stuff, and then seraphic arts, which are spells, basically. The reason Shin does 2 hidden arts and then 2 martial arts for most of the early game is that the martial arts work in a tree. You'll use the first tier, and then the second tier, and then the third tier, and then the fourth tier. Whereas hidden arts, you can use whichever ones from the get-go. You just bind them to your to direction plus button. And the early tier martial arts in the trees are really weak, and hidden arts have a bonus in the combo system where for every hidden art you do in a combo, it makes other art types, so martial and seraphic arts, more powerful by 10% for each one, up to 4. So doing 2 hidden arts and then 2 martial arts does optimal damage in the early game.
Yeah, sorry, we had to skip the opening, even though it's good, but yeah.
Yeah. So Shin's grabbing some gear from chests here. There's a very handy thing within the skill system in the early game called Soldier, which is if you get 1 skill of each of the first 5, or the first column, which are attack plus 4%, A attack plus 4%, each of the 5 stats, then it gives you a flat plus 20 to all stats if you get 1 of each. And that is a huge amount of stats in the early game. Say you have 100 attack and you go up to 120, that is more than 20% damage increase on average, just because of how the damage formula works. So getting a soldier early on in the game is very, very useful. So we're starting to see random encounters here. On keyboard, this is like one of the biggest benefits of using the diagonal movement glitch on keyboard. There's a lot of enemies where at normal run speed you simply can't outrun them, like that wolf, and they will just catch you. No way to avoid it except quick saving and then loading your quick save. But keyboard can outrun just about everything in the game just by running diagonal direction. And yes, chat, you are right in that more speedrunners don't know the law than know the law, myself included.
I don't know, it's just the commentator likes to commentate more than me. That's pretty simple.
Yeah. I do lots of theory on every single game I speedrun, so I know games inside out when I run them. And Shin knows it inside out, but doesn't speak about it nearly as much in his runs.
Yeah, I prefer kind of to focus.
Yeah, running around doing plot triggers in the town here, so we can get to the next boss. Grab the chest on the way for another chance at getting one of the 5 skills that we need to unlock Soldier. They also will be useful later because we need to fuse gear 10 times later on, but that's not for quite a while yet. We'll talk about that when we get there. But it means we have to buy a bunch of gear later as well, whilst we still have the chance to buy cheap gear.
Also, don't worry, the doggo lives.
So we had to fight Lunar again here. Same boss as before, just a little bit stronger. But this time we have Dagger Blade, which is, as I said earlier, it's one of Soray's best arts. Basically always combos and everything all the time. Which arts in this game have a nasty habit of not comboing properly. But it also has the chance to grant the physical attack buff, which is very important, honestly, in the early game, to doing as much damage as you can.
Delta camera right here, boys.
So I would say that Shin got a stun at a fairly unfortunate time there, to be honest, because he was running very low on SC.
Yeah.
SC is the blue bar underneath the health bars. And if you don't have enough SC to use an art, you just don't get the art. You get a little red flash on your character. One important thing to note about SC, that not a lot of people know, I suppose, in their casual playthroughs, is that the lower you let your SC get, the lower it regenerates. Well, the fight wasn't too bad, though. You still got a stun. Even if you get a stun at a bad time, it's still a stun. Stuns being completely RNG means that any stun you get is still significantly faster than getting no stun in a fight, which is pretty common because of how this game's stun works. Just complete RNG at a fairly low rate for the most part, like sub 10% before multipliers. But yeah, SC management becomes incredibly important after a few more fights, because it becomes much easier to run out when you unlock arts that consume more of it. And if you run down to 0, it's very much a case of it takes forever to regen.
That's the wrong opener. Oh, that's Lila.
Oh, okay, I see. Yo, these stuns. Yo, these stuns again. Everybody's stunning everything right now. So this thing is weak to Wind and Demi-Human, which we have access to both of right now on Soray's first 2 arts, which is why we're not using Heavenly Torrent in this fight. The direction plus button martial art on tier 1 is actually Wind Elemental, so hitting weakness makes all of the attacks hit weakness for as long as the combo lasts, and give you a damage multiplier in future hits as well. Which you can see on the top right next to the hit counter during combat. Say like 1.5 times or 1.75 times or whatever. Every racial weakness you hit gives you 25% on that. And every elemental weakness, or the first elemental weakness, gives you 50%, and then any ones after that give you 25%. Basically means an enemy with like 6 weaknesses can take up to like 2.5 damage just from weakness multipliers if you proc all of them.
Time to take the Lila train.
Yeah, buddy. So, the annoying thing about the interactive cutscenes we were talking about earlier is there's a door over there that we need to go through to continue the plot. But you can't interact with it until this interactive cutscene here is over. So, instead of running over there and waiting, I'm just gonna walk into Lila here, who will gladly push us over to the door. Because we have to wait anyway. May as well be lazy.
Yep. Oh,
it's a little harder to do than it looks, because if you are not moving when they make contact with you, they will just go straight through you. But it's not particularly important either way. It's just a way of avoiding having to do inputs. Yes, it is actually just like a mini game. We like to do it for fun. Especially the harder ones, like the Rose one later. Oh yeah, I guess I should comment on the fact that Shin has been picking up herbs as well. They permanently increase your stats by a fairly negligible amount, but early in the game like this, it's actually quite significant. We're also picking up a few that aren't stats we care about, so that we can sell them later, because they sell for 100 gold each, but the stats we care about are physical attack, which will go on Saray, art attack, which will go on Lila, and focus, which will... I'm not sure what you do with them, but most of them go on Lila.
Which ones?
But the focus ones.
I put it on Saray.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like... Yeah. You can put them on Saray early if you want more power, because Saray will be our early game character for about half of the run, and then Rose will take over. Lila will basically always be used. It's a short period of the game where different one is used, but Lila is...
What the hell is this
pretty
circlet?
Good. Alright, let's see, boys. Oh my god.
Oh my god, indeed.
So, same thing as when he was checking the chests earlier, except he doesn't have to grab it and then check it in the menu, he can check in the shop. Check in the shop for
he got it.
Stat boosting skills. He got a circlet there with attack, mind, and defense on it. So Mikleo has Soldier now. Which isn't really the one you want, but it's
better than nothing.
You want it? Yeah, it's better than nothing for sure. It's also better than Lila getting it, because we use Mikleo for a lot more of the game now. But the one you really want it on is Saray, because the entire part of the early game where Soldier is relevant, we will be controlling Saray in some way. Yes, Sora has the correct answer.
Damn, I've been exposed.
Yes, you have. So, now we have to go to the sewers for plot reasons. And, this game is not run on the easiest difficulty, no. Most Tales games are run on the difficult games. And by most, I mean all. It's just a thing that happened, and then it never changed. It's better that way anyway, in my opinion. Easy difficulty speedruns are significantly less interesting usually.
I don't think the easy difficulty here has the chain proc either, right?
No, it does. Easy difficulty in this game is just easier.
Oh, okay.
Outright. There's a big slime. This thing can die really easily, or it can die really slowly, depending on what it does and what Lila does. So something we've seen a little bit of so far, but not too much of. We'll see a lot more of later, presumably. Is there's a little green flash that happens sometimes when attacking an enemy. That's a super armor mechanic, where if you attack an enemy after a combo drops too soon, they will get that green flash. They'll be completely invincible. They won't get hit stunned, and often they will punish you instantly in the face. Really punishing attack, which is any attack in this game. But unfortunately, the AI can proc that as well. They often will. They'll often get us killed for it. But it's just a matter of usually keeping your pressure short if you notice it. It's a reaction check, basically. But sometimes the AI just keeps going and they keep getting super armor, because for as long as you keep hitting the super armor, it doesn't disappear. Another shop here to check. It's basically empty. Feels good, man.
Literally
so,
get this one from the chest.
Shops in this game are really, really frustrating in that you can have a shop that has like 10 or 11 items in it, and you can get a shop that has exactly 0 items in it, except the consumables that are always in it. Yeah, because as I say, the consumables are always there, so that's not so bad, but yeah, the equipment is completely random. How much you get and what's in there. It'll be very, very relevant later. A few pieces of gear we really, really want to get, but we have no choice but to get it from shops. Because either there isn't one in a chest, or because the chest one is like minutes away, which just isn't worth it usually. Almost going.
Almost.
So, random encounters in this game spawn in set spots, but what spawns there is random, and there's different types of enemies. There's like, ones that cling to the ceiling, there's invisible ones, it can be really hard to dodge things by point, especially when you have to run diagonally, so it's a little harder to use your camera. So the first phase of this fight is completely scripted. Nothing happens until Lila starts speaking words. And then you have to build up to 1 BG. The first of many unskippable cuts. Yeah, you just have to build 1 BG, and the fastest way to do it is to just dodge attacks, which gives you a large amount of BG. And the easiest way to do that is to make use of the auto step system. A battle action that costs 4 AP to equip will give you up to 5 automatic steps in combat. There's one for front, back, and side steps. You usually don't need to step things more than 5 times in this game, but it just means we don't have to do the dodges there ourselves.
Anime
boys. But yeah, Armatus, which we are unlocking here, is one of the most broken mechanics in Tales, I would say. It adds the attack stats and focus and HP of the 2 characters together, which results in, especially considering how the damage formula works, where there's sort of a barrier you have to pierce with your attack stat, and then your damage will start to skyrocket fairly quickly. But it just means you do a hell of a lot more damage than as 2 separate characters. In other words, Fu Shan Ha. Look at this boy, not watching Dragon Ball Z.
Of course I'm not. Or I forgot about it.
Imagine not watching Dragon Ball Z when you were a child.
This thing.
No future. Did he get you?
Yeah, even though I lit up the things there.
Oh, okay, I see. Wow, that's... Wow.
That's why I quick save here.
Yeah. So, random counters, like this centipede here is basically unavoidable. And you'll see you got a tutorial in that random encounter there. We really, really need to keep those for reasons I will specify not too long from now. Which means he wanted to reload his quick save rather than continuing. Even though it's a bit of a time loss now, it will save much more than that later when we make use of the tutorial in the way we want to. Yeah, those centipedes, usually when you're next to the torches, like within range for the question marks to appear, they despawn when they get close to you. Similar thing with walls, but it's not entirely consistent, and sometimes the enemy just gets you. And the thing that's most important about the tutorials is that they give you a full heal completely. And the thing we care about that is that it makes your BG go from whatever it's at to full instantly. And there's no good way to refresh your BG in this game. So making use of that is very important for the middle part of the game, where all the BG we can get because we want to abuse things.
I see you there, Wendell.
More unskippable cutscenes here in Alicia's house. Alicia's villa, I suppose. But yeah, as I say, we have our Matus now, and we're about to destroy everything in the face, basically. Armatus is incredibly powerful all throughout the game, but especially in the early game where things just aren't very strong yet, like the enemies you fight. So having effectively double stats is very important. So there's a couple things we have to do here for plot to continue. Oh, okay. So there's a glitch with keyboard and mouse that makes shop menuing really, really difficult if you do it whilst some chat is going on screen.
Yeah.
So he went into the shop, realized he couldn't do things properly, and went back out of the shop. So, running along here, there's a couple enemies to watch out for. Well,
only one.
One enemy to watch out for, but as many of them can spawn as they'd like. It's just the wolves. The snakes are really, really slow in this game, so you don't have to give them a very wide berth, but if a wolf notices you, it will just gun straight at you. They're pretty fast, so... But just grabbing some herbs and some monuments along the way, since we still need to do a bunch of that in the early game. It's just how it goes. Oh yeah, one thing I guess I didn't mention is we've changed everybody, more or less, to, and will be changing everybody, more or less, to the snack preparation talent. Basically what snacks do is you can use them, they restore some HP to the entire party, some SC to the entire party, and they give you other added benefits. The first 5, the weakest 5, so to speak, increase your stats by a fixed percent in your next fight, which is very useful in the early game because our stats are really low, and damage is just in short supply. Again, the ones we care about are physical attack, art attack, and focus. These defense stats don't mean anything in speedrun.
Yep, just running around until we reach our destination. Like, this movement is still better than Zestiria, since Zestiria is basically a walking sim, like really slow.
Yeah. The game sound is low because in combat, game sound is really high. So you kind of have to take the highest sound and base it off of that. So the dungeon soundtracks and stuff like that might sound a little quiet, but battles will sound fine, most likely. So unfortunately the game forces you to fight these things in Fire Armatus, despite them resisting fire. But we are about to get a full BG refresh, so we're going to spam this attack, Banish, which has a really long wind-up, unless we have a certain talent, which we'll be unlocking later. And we're relying on Alicia to keep them in hit stun whilst we spam it. We want to spam it until we have no BG, because we want as many uses of the Banish Blast as we can get. It's very important we get 10 of them like as soon as possible, more or less. So it unlocks a battle action. And now we get Mikleo back in the party, and which is the early game powerhouse. Probably the one most people used all throughout the game on their casual playthroughs. Because it's kind of good. But we'll only be using it in the immediate early game because of this damage right here. Its SC costs are really, really high, so it doesn't hold up too well moving forward. And we unlock some better arts than what it gets access to as well. Most notably a certain spell. If you've seen the speedrun ever before, you will know exactly what that spell is. But yeah, Water Armatus has really large range on all of its attacks. And really high amount of hits. Pretty good damage on its arts, but as I say, it's you go through your SC really, really quickly. So this is what I meant earlier when I said that you have to manage your SC quite closely from here up until like 2 or 3 bosses from now. Because you can just end up at 0 after doing 2 combos. Going to 0 means it regenerates really, really slowly.
Sure, I'll grab some Rangus, I guess. On Lila.
Nice. Double. Is she already getting +1 BG from that? Not that it matters, but...
don't think so.
Okay. I couldn't remember if you got a 3rd one or not.
Nope. Unless your default equipment has random skills every time.
No. It doesn't. One thing about the skills on gear is... the first slot is always fixed, and then some gear from chests have, like, other slots that are fixed, always the same skill. But for the most part, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are random. But, like, each individual piece of gear, its first slot is always the same. Is Mumblebee gonna get caught by a squirrel?
Not yet. Wait, that's the wrong one.
So squirrels are invisible. Chin likes to run into invisible enemies.
Yeah, my worst enemy in this game.
So yeah, we're starting to make use of the snacks now because the bosses start having more HP, and this one in particular has potentially infinite HP because of a stupid art that they gave it for some godforsaken reason. Ouroboros. You only use when it's low, but it heals, so it's frustrating. That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate twice, you could say.
Yeah, didn't get the buff, got stunned. Didn't. Oh, that's Yeah. No, I would say that's like triple unfortunate, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a prime example of the AI being incredibly frustrating in this game. If you look at Alicia closely here, she's doing like one art or two arts, and then she's backing the heck off a lot of the time. And we don't understand how to make the AI better. Like, sometimes they like to do full 4-art length combos. Sometimes they just like to hit an enemy once and run away, and then hit an enemy once and run away. But she's very, very important in this fight. But basically, this thing is weak to one of Fire Armatus's arts. But Fire Armatus arts suck so bad as far as like actual DPS goes that it ends up doing about the same amount of damage as Water Armatus anyway, even though you don't hit weakness. Which means, depending on what Alicia does, she has hits that hit the weakness for you. You can get a really fast time or a really slow time. If she procs the weaknesses for you, like a good girl, you can get like 30, 40-second times even without stuns. But a lot of the time she just won't do the thing. The most important thing about hitting weakness is that whenever you finish doing a chain of arts, when the enemy is power hit, you regenerate a % of the SC used in the combo, which is incredibly important on Water Art, who just goes through the BG really quickly. Did that even turn on?
Yes, it did, because I saw 23 out of 23.
Okay. I didn't see the tick appear. So that's the battle action we've really been gunning for. That's why we've been spamming the Banish Blast and stuff. Quick Banish one. If an enemy is stunned, rather than having to charge up and do the really slow Banish, you get an instant one. And Banishes are really good DPS overall. They hit pretty hard. They cost 1 BG. But it's completely worth it, especially in the early game, where we don't have better options yet. Armatus also has a healing art that's bound to the same button if you're not mid-combo, but the fire and water ones kind of suck. Because the fire one barely heals it all away, and the water one heals for a bunch, but that's all it does. The later ones will be better.
The fire one at least increases your max HP for a certain duration.
Yeah, but how often is that useful in a game where bosses will actually just one-shot you?
It's useful almost on the last one. No.
Only if you're bad.
Hey, additional max HP helps out if you're going aggressive.
So now we get a nice, boring fight against a whole bunch of what is effectively random enemies.
Oh no. Before that, you get a nice break again.
Oh, yeah. You get some nice unskippable cutscenes still. So if you haven't noticed, there's lots of these in the game. Especially in the early parts, and one specific part where there's like an 8-minute long one.
Oh yeah.
Fun times. Well, I say an 8-minute long one. A sequence of events that is just cutscenes that takes 8 minutes-ish. Feels good. It's nice to have a break in the speedrun though.
Well, yeah, that late is actually really good to have one.
Like, yeah. It's nice to have a break, but it really like jars your motivation a little bit. Like your momentum. I get so used to, especially considering it comes after like a sequence of events where you just do a whole bunch of combat. And then it gives you like 8 cutscenes. 8 minutes of cutscenes. Having trouble speaking to the people.
Yeah. Wrong angle.
As I said earlier, talk triggers in this game are awful sometimes. You have to speak to characters from specific directions. And the range at which you can speak to an NPC is not always the same. depending on which NPC you're speaking to, and which part of the plot you're speaking to them in.
Almost there. Well, not really. There's still some time. This guy is just that slow.
It's okay. Derek is more than willing to push you all the way to the door.
Is that his actual name?
Yeah. And by yeah, I mean no.
Of course. What a surprise.
But yeah, at the very least, this fight isn't too frustrating. It's really awful if you don't have 1 BG on Saray to start with, but that's just a matter of having correct BG management in the previous boss. Because you can always have enough BG if you just pay attention to it in the previous fight. Because these things target fairly randomly, so... And as we said before, the easiest way to gain BG is to just dodge attacks. But it's very hard to dodge attacks when they're not targeting you. It wasn't too bad, actually.
Oh yeah, I got that soldier there on the mid-clear.
Well, yeah, but it's also just on a... What the heck happened with the door there? Tried to open the opposite direction.
Oh, really? I didn't pay attention.
Huh. I mean, I wouldn't have noticed it. Words are hard. I wouldn't have noticed it if I was running, but when all you're doing is watching, it's a lot easier to see weird things. Yep, random disappearing assassin.
Yeah, that's like a real assassin, actually.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be that close, but keyboard movement glitch lets us see her completely disappear into thin air.
I think.
Dang, you're picking up so many safety life balls, Jesus. At 5 already. Well, I blame you entirely.
Well,
what
yeah.
happened to Lila.
Honestly, picking that up, there actually skips the dialogue box.
Yeah, I know in your case, it doesn't lose you any time to grab that one because you have to wait for the dialogue box for the shop. Because based glitches.
Come on, Alicia, do the thing once.
Is number 1
Nope.
Snack Lady? Feels bad, man.
I don't know why, but she's never listens to me. Oh, that one died.
Yeah, as we said earlier, the AI is often very stubborn about who they target. So if you don't give them the order to focus attacks quickly enough, they will go on one of the ads and they will stay on one of the ads for an extended period of time. So I only just realized we're still using fire in this fight, huh?
Yeah. I just don't have good luck with Alicia during this one.
Fair enough. My DPS still isn't that much lower though. Reasonable. Fire is a lot safer. Just because the combos cost less, well, they do less damage on average.
And you can proc the chain yourself.
That was...
Oh.
Yeah.
Whatever, I guess I'll go with it.
What?
The same thing, you know, with the centipedes.
Oh, wow. I've actually never seen it happen here. That enemy doesn't even usually notice me.
Yeah, well, technically we just need 5 tutorials out of 6.
Luckily,
so losing one is not that bad.
a spare. And by spare, I mean it's nice to use it later in a specific spot, but you don't have to, and it doesn't save that much time. But all of the other ones are kind of important. So.
Ugh. Spoopy centipedes.
Surprised you didn't save that, to be honest.
I probably should have.
Like the first centipede, that one can be anywhere from the wall to the staircase, because of stupid wonder radii. Now we've sorted all that stuff at the palace, we're ready to move on from this part of the game where we've been here for a very, very extended period of time. But we'll check the shop one more time before we go.
Nope. Feels like I didn't get any new items. The same stuff always there.
I mean, that's how shop... Yeah, that was all the same stuff. Yeah, that's just how... Well, I say the same stuff. It's actually not, because there's some stuff missing that was there before. So the shop did refresh, you just didn't get any new stuff.
Also,
just lost stuff.
The thing about the shop refreshes, the shop refreshes every, like, 3 encounters. So it can take away the stuff or add more stuff.
Or both.
Yep.
In completely random fashion. And no, I'm still reading chat, it's just... the particular conversations going on are not worth commenting on. But now we get... Oh, well, I say now. Soon we get the true sour, please. So I'm gonna need you all to prepare your sour in advance. But as usual, just a few cutscenes to skip first.
Well, I guess I have full BG. I'm just gonna suicide with mid-player.
Yeah, may as well. Well, try. We shall see. So, if I'm not mistaken, this is the last place where you get a monument, right? If I'm remembering right.
There's a few more.
Yeah, but this place.
Yeah, this place.
Yeah. So this first fight is completely scripted. Either
whoops.
Time runs out, or time runs out, or if a character dies. Oh.
I forgot.
Good stuff. Yeah. If time runs out, or if one of your characters dies, the fight ends. But the character who dies loses half of their BG, so you don't want Sorey to die, so we take Miklia and we go kill him. So skip the fight. Otherwise, the other option you have is to dodge its attacks with Sorey to build BG, but because Shin got a tutorial fight by accident earlier, he has full BG already. So here's our boy Savi.
Somehow he doesn't want to attack me.
That happens fairly often, right? So he just sidesteps over and over. At least he's not guarding you, right?
No.
You built most of the BG back that you spent armatizing as well. Like always a good thing to see. Geostigma is one of many arts in the game where when you step it, you get like 4 or 5 procs of the green dodge flash. This gives you a hell of a lot of BG. A hell of a lot of BG back.
Overall, stepping spells give a lot of BG.
Yeah. Well, multi-hit spells and There's some janky hitbox martial and hidden arts as well. Like Rose's Glimmer Dragon. You can step back and you get like 4 or 5 flashes. Will the man land the YOLO banish? That is the question.
Yeah, the man did.
Yep. So, this fight's funny in that, by going for the vanish like that, sometimes they hit you out of it, but if you land it, it just kind of dies. It's worth the BG, just in case it works. It's always nice to get YOLO strats that save you like a few seconds.
Yep.
So yeah, no real bosses on this mountain. The Zavid just ends really quickly after you do a certain amount of damage to him. The Orc isn't killable. Assassin just kind of falls over and dies. Face of the Armatus. And then we get a big spooky dragon, which we have to flee from no matter what. Even if you are in New Game Plus with like max stats, you can't kill this thing. You can just put it down to question mark HP, which if it has 1 HP and you deal damage to it, it just goes down to question mark. Can't kill it. And then we run back down the mountain. So there's a cutscene we skipped earlier with where you can examine the corpse of the guy that Zavid killed. If you save it for now, it combines the 2 cutscenes into one. So just a small optimization there. By doing it late, you only have to skip 1 cutscene instead of 2. And we get Edna, who will carry us for a little while. Very important to change titles here for learning a very specific art, or 2 very specific arts, later in the game, which will carry us through exactly the entire rest of the game, more or less. Minus a couple fights here and there where we can't use it, else we just die.
Now we're fight to grind some BG.
Yeah. So the funny thing about this fight is that she can never target Lila, because humans can't see Seraphim. If you armatize, you can die, but if you don't armatize, it's literally impossible to die. Unless, well, actually that's not strictly true. If she swings at Saray and hits Lila, it will still hit her. She can't ever target Lila. If Saray dies, Rose will just run around and do nothing. Oh yeah, spoilers, that's Rose.
Dumb fell.
Whoops. Not like it really matters. Everyone who was going to play this game has already played this game, I'm sure. It's like years old at this point. Oh yeah, and you don't want to say the wrong thing there, else you have to skip an extra cutscene.
Never say yes to the bridge.
Mm-hmm. Well, an extra cutscene, and you have to do the prompt a second time, rather. It's even more time. A pretty minor thing. If you say the wrong thing, it's not like it's the end of the world or anything. No lasting plot issue, I think. So now we get to show off Edna and how powerful she is. And the only reason she's so good is her default weapon comes with the combo stage +1 skill attached to it, which lets us do loops, or you can just whiff everything. So basically, by doing Edna's 3rd Armatus art is one of the longest hit stun moves in the game. And by utilizing spell cancel in much the same way that Symphonia speedruns and stuff do.
Refuses to die.
Yeah, in much the way that GameCube Symphonia speedruns tend to. We can just do the 3 arts, spell cancel, and loop straight back into the first art again. And we can keep that going for as long as we have SC, which typically means about 5 or 6 loops, unless the AI is comboing them with us, in which case you can leave a slightly larger gap between each loop and regenerate some of your SC.
That's a lot of stuff in the shop, but nothing really useful.
That is a lot of stuff. And it is nothing useful. Literally nothing. Even the boots were only to save you picking up the chest. Unless you're still going to pick it up and put it on Soray.
Yeah.
So unfortunately we didn't get earrings in that shop. Which means we don't get the early might or the early soldier on Soray.
We do, I think. Yeah, we do. I got the mind ring ready.
Oh, okay. Just kidding. He has a ring with mind. But usually the most consistent mind skill you can get is the Calcite earrings in this shop. And you always get a Calcite sword from the chest there, which has attack on it, and the other 3 come on default torso and boots.
Alright, I forgot. First dragon, then the heads.
Oh, yeah. You don't actually lose time going straight to the head.
Oh, okay.
And having to walk to the dragon takes the same amount of time either way. The cutscene trigger is always the same distance away. So we're gonna do these events in town in a certain order that is faster, because we're closer to this crazy book lady now than we will be after the other events. So it's better to do it now. Surprising how long the route lasted, such that we did these in the other order. But eventually I timed it, and I'm like, wait, we're losing like 10-15 seconds here for no reason. But you have to do all the events in this town. You have to do the book lady cutscenes, you have to burn all of these heads in town, you have to visit the museum and do the things in there. It doesn't matter which order you do them, but you have to do them all. So the heads we just burn along the way. Make sure you do the first one after the dogs fight, which Shin did, and then book lady, then museum. So this place catches most runners out because the spawns are somewhat awkward and the rooms are smaller than a lot of other places, so it's somewhat difficult to dodge. But as long as you know where enemies spawn and how they act when they see you, it's not too hard to dodge them. It just takes a little bit of practice.
Yeah. Mostly knowing the spawns here really helps.
Yeah, because enemies always spawn in the same place, but they have a certain wander radius. But depending on the enemy type, they won't wander very far. The spiders, which stick to the roof, don't wander very far at all. Or I don't think they wander at all, in fact. The scorpion things, you can see them, so you can see where they go. And the fairies can go invisible, and they can like teleport around and stuff. And they're the awkward one, but they generally don't move too quickly. It's not too hard. Nice. 4BG on Sorry.
Oh really? I didn't really pay attention to that.
Yeah. I'm not surprised you didn't. As I say, it's easier to see things that you don't usually when you're watching.
I was paying attention if I still had soldier there.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that's what you were checking. That's why I looked at your stats. That's how I do it. I'm guessing you were looking at the skill grid.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Yeah, I just look at the stats. If you see defense stats move down, even though you're equipping an offensive piece of gear, you know something is wrong. So this is the first boss that we'll be using loops on. Loops are really good in this fight. Like really, really good in this fight. Like crazy good in this fight. We can legitimately just combo it for like to 20 seconds straight if Alicia does the thing, or if we take damage. There's one thing to note. Lila's healing spell, Imbuement, restores a small amount of SC to the target. So, in certain, like in co-op runs, you can abuse that, and in certain fights you can deliberately take damage so that she will hit.
That was true good.
Yeah, this was pretty good. You got a stun at a really good time.
Uh-huh.
There is hit stun decay on this game, depending on how many hits your combo goes on for. And the weakness modifier also decays. And if you're power hitting an enemy, they are hit stunned for a lot more. So if your hit stun decays all the way down to, or your weakness decays all the way down to 0, you are basically guaranteed to drop the combo pretty soon. It usually drops before then anyway, because the amount of hits we do. Around 40-50 hits, combos start getting really hard to keep up. You have to start getting really lucky with the AI. Also, one thing to note about these fights, it's very, 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 very that Lila stays alive through all of these. Else she will be a level down on an important fight in the future, and she will not learn an art she needs to learn. And it costs like between... well, technically it can cost you nothing because you get really lucky, you get the stun at the right time, you can instantly kill the boss you need the spell for, but usually it costs you minutes if she dies in any of these fights, just because you don't learn the thing that you need in time. So this next boss is the one where she's most likely to die, usually. Or well, most likely to die and stay dead.
Hopefully
because sometimes you can just snipe her. Sometimes you can just snipe her near the end of the fight and time to revive her before he dies. You already input something. Nice heavenly torrent.
Thanks.
Nice Tiger Blade.
Should have waited a little.
That's alright, you don't need that stuff. So luckily, the second hit of Farmantis's arts hits winged, pretty sure.
Yep.
And this thing counts as winged, so you get power hit on it. And as we said earlier, power hit, at the end of a set of arts, you regenerate a percentage of the SC used on the combo if you hit them in power hit, and that makes these loops last a lot longer. The power hit itself also changes hit stun, as I said. Comboing this thing when you're hitting weakness or neutral is awful at best. Straight up disastrous at worst. Alicia being an awful creature.
Creature.
Wow. Would you like to correct me then? No, she's being an awful creature.
It's alright.
There is no other words for what she is doing right now. She gave it super armor like 4 times in this fight. Lila with the finish. The blitz bomb.
So yeah, we don't really care if Alicia dies multiple times, even at the end of the fight. She's just there just to stagger basically on proc weaknesses.
Yeah. She's there to help us get loops for longer. As I said earlier, if you let the AI combo them for a little bit between your loops, you have a little time there where you can just wait for a little bit and regen a bit more SC. And regenning a small amount of SC becomes a large amount of SC by the end of your loops because of the fact that the lower your SC is, the slower it regens. By keeping it that slight bit higher, it makes the next cycle regen a little bit faster, which makes the one after regen a little bit faster. Butterfly effect sort of thing. So we give this boy some money. Which, in the plot at this point, the shop's all shut and stuff, so you can't accidentally not have money to pay him. You get enough money from the Drake fight alone to pay him, so they considered what could happen there. And you'll see Shin here is grabbing a couple of these Normin. At the same time as you recruit them, you can add the skill that they represent onto any part of, or into any piece of gear that has an open slot. And this is pretty important because it often just gives you an extra soldier. It doesn't basically. It guarantees you get at least one. Usually you get two if you get an extra attack skill on anything, like any piece of gear. Just because, unfortunately, attack joining is based on the plot, so you don't get to put his skill on any piece of gear. The important ones here are, or the always important ones rather, here are Mind and Spirit, because they are useful stats. They increase our offense. But otherwise, we do it for Soldier, and then we do it for the stats in that order.
You know, too bad the attack Norman is like story based, so we can't really grab him.
Yeah, as I said. But we get an elixir in this dungeon, which is nice.
Yeah.
One elixir for a really long time.
Which won't we be using until like mid game.
Yep. We won't use it for a very long time. Use it with a specific strat that can go wrong depending on what happens. Please, Edna.
Oh shoot, actually.
Cast the spell. You wasn't paying attention to what enemy that was you? Oh, no, you're just wondering about what you're putting it on, I guess.
I think I have additional combo stage now, don't I?
Shrug. Doesn't really matter either way.
Oh,
yeah. Like, when you want an extra combo stage, you always have one. So, yeah. Basically, we'll never upgrade Edna's because the additional combo stage in its first slot is more important than any amount we could get for the entire time we're using her. Being able to spell cancel to loop is too important to playing Arthamatus. Now we get this stupid fight.
Plantix.
Where all of its attacks are super sweeping and has a bunch of ads, so they can kill your AI really, really easy. But that is where the Arthamatus healing art will come in handy. Unless you're not just going to spam it. I thought you were just going to spam it. Yeah, basically it's just got a huge AoE hit on it, and it hits about as hard as a Banish Blast, so... and it obviously heals, but... Oh, or, you know, you could just get a stun. Works, I guess.
Sadly, no power hit.
Yeah. I love how she power hit it as soon as,
yeah.
As soon as it was over.
Come on. There we go. No deaths, but no BG either.
Almost. Sorry, you don't need BG.
Yeah, I don't need BG right now.
It's easy to step the next fight, so because they can't attack the Seraph, and you don't have Alicia. Thank God. If you had Alicia for the next night's fight, it would actually be so bad. Yeah, armatizing is the important thing. You don't need the rejuves or anything. I think rejuving the Plantix fight is more important.
Yep, it is. Logistics.
Especially when Lila is low HP. As we've said, you absolutely cannot afford to let Lila die in any of these fights. I mean, that's basically all the fights that she can die in finished now, so we don't really have to worry about it anymore. It's pretty much just those 3 fights. Knight Arthur, Drake, and Plantix. I don't think we use Lila on a fight that gives EXP ever again, more or less. Not sure about Dragonute, I guess. I've just never had her die on Dragonute. Damn it, Shen.
What?
Letting him fall over. Yes, color change. Easy. Alright, Edna's best girl now because he changed the color.
Wow.
Easy game.
You're telling me she wasn't best girl even without that color?
No, Mikleo is. But with good color, just barely overtakes me. Like how you're running a big circle there, wonder what the heck you're doing.
Yeah.
So he's gonna go over here and do this side quest now, because it has to be done anyway, despite me calling it a side quest.
It's still faster, even without that wind step, which we'll get later.
Yeah. Just, we have to collect these things. We can collect it now. It's faster to collect it now, so we do so. Hey, he didn't waste time picking up the costume. He got that from the story. He wasted time changing the costume.
Correcting, haha.
Aha. So yeah, Alicia has left the party now. Thank God. Not thank God because she's a bad character or anything, but thank God because she's actually useless. She's useful in the earlier parts of the game, but that's only because you're so weak that you can't really deal with anything. Having her in the next parts of the game would be really, really weak. Would actually probably make you worse off overall.
Alright. For Rangus.
Oh yeah. And in this one we don't grab for Soldier, we're just... Rangus is just a useful skill. 20% stun damage is always handy.
Actually, if I equip the ring now on Lila, she would get the digital PG. Okay, time to buy out. Actually, do I? No, never mind. Oh boy, this is a full shop. So we buy some stuff just for fusion later.
Yeah. As I said earlier, we need to fuse 10 times for a title. And... well, that's it. Need to fuse 10 times for a title. This shop has cheap gear, so we empty it out.
Hello? Can you hit me? Thank you.
Wow, they just didn't attack, huh? Jesus Christ. I've never seen that before in this fight. I've seen it in other fights. I've also seen it on easy difficulty. It happens a lot more on easy difficulty. But yeah, this fight's kind of clowny. You just kind of destroy them. So it's more of a fight for plot purposes than a fight for actual fighting purposes. Just to show how strong Saray is compared to like the average human. I would have banished the heck out of that guy, by the way. As he's done, I banished stun. It's not like you need the BG anyway.
Oh, I did a heal there.
Yeah, the rejuvenation heal actually just one-shots those guys. It's kind of abused that in some spots. And we don't need to have any certain amount of BG for the next fight or anything. We're gonna take a tutorial anyway.
Dude, it's hard, you know.
Menuing is hard, dude. It's
Yeah,
okay, I feel you. Where basically the next fight we really want the BG. Because of the skill he just equipped, Chain Blast. If you press R2, or whatever it is on keyboard, after the third stage, or after your third art, you will do a little attack. Continue, and it resets your combo stage, but you can still keep comboing, so it lets you do a lot of damage. A lot of burst damage, most notably, which will let us skip the sort of second half of the fight. Don't have to watch. Oh well, we'll finish him as soon as we unlock the thing and the stuff. Oof. So yeah, he's gonna spend a couple BG here, just doing damage. But you want to have a certain amount of BG for the for once they start, the AI starts speaking to you, the NPCs start speaking to you. Wow, all of the attacks. That's fun. That's alright. And bringing Lila in just because she'll spam human anytime we take damage. Just gives us some SC and the art attack buff. Gives us more damage than what she'd do if she was actually attacking. So there we go. Now that the text has started, Shin's gonna start dumping all of his BG to do as much damage as he can before sort of plot trigger occurs, which is this, using our Mystic Art. And this will finish him off.
Once the text appears, we can't do any damage besides using them at Mystic Art.
Once the text starts appearing, you can still do damage, but once the game tells you to use the Mystic Art, you can't do damage.
Yeah, basically, I meant that.
Yeah. So we dump all of the BG, because... Oh yeah, you also have... you also get a BG refresh, and the Mystic Art is free, so you just want to dump all of your BG during the part where Mikleo is speaking to you.
Alright, time for some walking sim, like really slow one.
Yeah, really, really slow piggyback.
Even the diagonal doesn't help.
Yep. I think for this part they just hard capped your speed, so moving up full speed in 2 directions doesn't make you go above that hard capped speed, regardless of anything else. But it's nice, because you get to see her legs clipping through your cape. Plot things.
Very important.
Luckily, you don't have to walk all the way to the ruins in that state. But,
time for a roast train.
Yep. This is the only one that actually saves time. Except on keyboard it doesn't, because you can keep up with her because diagonal movement glitch anyway, but on gamepad categories, getting on the Rose train here actually saves you like 2 seconds. The only one that actually saves time.
Ugh, she pushed me
Because
off.
all the others you can keep up anyway, but she just runs way fast. Unless you're on keyboard. Keyboard privilege. You do have to make sure you stay like behind her.
Yeah.
Or directly on top of her, else she will not move forward when she stops. Because like she's checking that you're not behind her, but again, similar to the village thing earlier, if you go too far forward, you are already out of the trigger that will make her continue. So you have to go back. So just gonna run around and press all the switches now, because we know where they are. We know what we know that we need to do them. Well, I say all the switches except the one we can't press yet.
Yeah, because we cannot reach that part.
Yeah. It just gets out of the way now. It's optimal to do it here anyway. On your way. Less backtracking involved.
Wait, I might use that somewhere. Rank the skill
I have to
site.
check the shop.
I guess I should have equipped on that now, but I don't really need it right now.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops, not here.
Oh, Saray would have been fine as well.
But sorry, has additional skills on his one. Norman's.
On his boots, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, you put Norman skills on boots then?
Yeah, I put everything on boots and ring.
I see. Alright, yeah, because your sword was really full of skills, wasn't it?
I don't actually remember now.
It has like one slot. Instead of 2 slots. It sometimes has. So yeah, we get a nice little sequence of events here that we have to do. Examine all the walls,
No.
and we get 3 events. 2 that are actually events and 1 that's just a sec.
I guess we're doing wildlife first.
Doesn't really matter.
Oh no, snacks!
Next. Next in a room. Yeah, Lila's one is this stupid fight against a very, very extended amount of snacks. Funnily enough, if you kill too many of these too often and keep the voice lines running, the next voice line doesn't start, which is only really an issue in New Game Plus. It's just a fun fact. But yeah, it's just a matter of slapping enough snacks. After you kill enough snacks, the next voice line will trigger, and then more snacks will spawn, and then by the time when the final voice line has triggered, once you clear out the snacks that have all spawned, they stop, or that will be the end of it.
By the way, did you explain Burning Echo buff?
I did not, no. Basically, the first spell that Fire Armatus comes with, Burning Echo, not only does it actually do damage with the spell itself, but it applies a buff that makes you flash red. Like, it adds an extra Pillar of Fire hit to a bunch of Fire Armatus arts, namely all of the neutral ones, so the 2nd tier up one and the 3rd tier up one as well. And they deal an entire extra hit of damage at the same ratio. So on a 2-hit art, it's a 50% damage increase. On a 3-hit art, it's a 33% damage increase. And there isn't any 1-hit arts. Unfortunately, this means the Burning Echo buff barely affects Purgatory, which hits like 6 times, but each hit is really weak. So having an extra really weak hit is mediocre. It'll be very useful with a certain art later that only hits 3 times, but hits incredibly hard.
Like, why does this happen every time? This is where you have to wait instead of doing damage.
Yeah. I think you do actually have to hit him once, but yeah, always the stun. These first two phases are somewhat scripted. I'm surprised you're not in this phase, actually. Okay, never mind, you are.
Never mind, got enough damage.
Oh, nice, dude.
Thanks, game.
Yeah. MAing this phase makes it end a lot sooner. If you only have 3 BG, it can be questionable because it means you can't this phase, but shit has 4 BG. I'm sorry, so he's fine to just MA it. And now Rose joins, and Rose isn't useless like Alicia. She can armor that is. It's actually pretty handy in this fight. Sometimes. And sometimes she just gets herself killed. This fight is really painful just because to do any real DPS you are forced more or less to use Wind Armatus. And Wind Armatus sucks giant donkey. It's awful. It hits lots of times, but all of its hits are really weak. Oh, question mark. Okay, that's a shield bash, you're fine. The only good part about Wind Armatus is that it has its heal spell hits harder than the Earth one, which means it hits really, really hard. It hits about the same or slightly stronger than the Banish. Wind actually has a couple uses, but only in what I would call cheese strats. We will be using one of later. For sure, there will be a cheese strat involved on a certain fight. Big Dragon. But like its basic arts are just absolutely awful. It has really good element coverage, or I say element, racial coverage. It hits all the races that are usually quite... That's just not good enough.
I hope, like, Lila should have revived by then, right?
Probably.
Hopefully.
First death is they actually revive pretty quickly. Basically every time a Seraph dies, you can switch them out for another one, but they stay dead for a certain amount of time, and then they recover. Each extra time that Seraph dies in a fight, it takes longer. But yeah, Wind has spells that just don't hit very hard or don't hit at all, and its hidden arts are really awful as well. They don't combo properly. They put you in the air, which makes you really vulnerable. They're just it's just awful compared to the others. But
sadly, it's awful.
Yeah.
But hey, meanwhile, Zestiria Armatus Wind is good. Except we don't get to access to that.
Yeah, the Wind Armatus does have two good things about it, which is its Banish and its Mystic. Its Banish hits or finishes really quickly, so you can often get 2 in one stun. And its NA has disgusting AoE. Actually basically hits the entire battlefield. But those two things just aren't very useful to us right now. So we just had to go through the ruins, press the switches, open that chest for the silver key. It's not technically needed, but there's a bunch of silver chests we want to open over the course of the game, so definitely important to grab it. Nice wind step, by the way. Or not wind step, but...
Hahaha, wind dash.
I don't know what it's called. Yeah, wind dash.
I think it's wind dash.
And we got a nice sneak peek of the best mechanic in Tales, wind step. Where every random encounter you do, or every time... Not just random encounters, actually. Most fights, will give you a stack of wind step, and every stack of wind step makes you run a little bit fast. But we won't be making gross use of that for a little while, although it will get used. But way later on, we'll manage, like after a certain point in the game, we actually just keep it up for the entire rest of the game.
Yep.
Because it makes you run so much faster. Funnily enough, the game has like weird interaction between the keyboard movement glitch and max speed wind step, in that it's not like base movement speed is how to say this. With the keyboard movement glitch, your movement speed is 1.41 times faster than base movement speed. But at wind step, that changes quite drastically, to the extent that keyboard movement glitch makes you go like 1.1, 1.2 times faster, not even. I'm not sure how they managed to code it like that, but...
Hey, it's intended.
It's still faster, but it's not significantly... Like, it's no 40%, that's for sure.
For example, during these cutscenes here, like the movement glitch doesn't work.
Yeah. So one thing to note here, we're running, during this cutscene that we have to wait for anyway, we're running all the way to the west side of town to activate the save point. I said earlier, the story triggers are completely airtight in this game. You have to watch every single cutscene. That is technically true. The only difference is there is one side quest here, which is actually a side quest. You're not required to do it at all in the game. However, if you walk through town normally and you never come over here and activate the save point, there is no way to avoid the cutscene later on in the... Like, after you've done this boss fight. And done all of the plot stuff. The cutscene will be there. Yeah, the cutscene will be there and there's no way around it at all. So we run over there to activate the save point, and it lets us skip that side quest cutscene later, which saves us a couple minutes, because watching that cutscene then activates an event in a place we have to go to later, which makes us talk to everybody, which costs minutes. It's the one skip in the entire game that is useful. So this fight's kind of stupid. The strategy for it is get P-attack buff, get stun, Mystic Art. And it will kill if he has the buff. But getting the stun is getting the stun is very RNG. Out of curiosity.
There we go.
You should probably not out of curiosity.
I was planning to do chain blasting.
Oh no, I know that, but I feel like it's probably wise to open with a hidden art anyway.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Just because you can actually interrupt him then when he does stuff. Yeah, it's he's a pretty weak boss, but solo Saray is really weak at this point in the game, so don't have much opportunity to do anything. So as you can see, we run really, really, really fast when wind step is active. This is not even maximum speed.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 stacks only.
Yeah. This is only 2 stacks right now. The one from the Sergei fight and the one by the chest. But that's about to go up. And we will zoom. But unfortunately at this part of the game, it's not worthwhile fighting random encounters to refresh your wind step, because wind step only lasts 15 seconds, and a random encounter is going to take longer.
It's 30 seconds.
Oh, is it 30 then 60? Yeah. I thought it was 15 then 30. Okay. I knew it was 15 then 30 or 30 then 60. But yeah, it just doesn't last long enough to justify fighting random encounters right now, which will take us longer than the wind step lasts. And the wind step doesn't make you move double speed, so... Oh, that's why I got confused, right. Because you move 50% faster at max wind step, which means for 30 seconds of wind step, the fight needs to take 15 seconds or less. Nice and dry and sights right, by the way.
Yeah, that. You win this one, pal.
Haha! I'm even running on delay. I still win. Solid line right there. That is the entire reason to play on English voices, but Shin doesn't, because he has questionable motivations.
Questionable. Oh shoot.
What?
You'll see.
Squirrel?
Squirrel.
Easy.
Oh, that's gonna be an interesting run. Just marathon luck.
Surely you knew it was coming. There's always an orc there.
I know, but I wasn't expecting him to be next to the road.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't quick save as soon as there was no enemy there. You knew there was a squirrel somewhere.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't an orc.
Mistakes were made.
It's alright. That tutorial isn't the worst one to lose. It's kind of unfortunate it happened after Sergei though, because basically what happens if you lose 2 tutorials in the early game, the first one is spare, and then the second one you're supposed to not take the tutorial for Sergei fight, but he's already done the Sergei fight, so you can't skip that one anymore. You already used the tutorial. So now he's gonna have to deal with doing a fight without BG later. Without the correct amount of BG later. Yo. Fiddly sword.
Yo, Lindworth.
On sale. So now we're in the part of the game where gear is actually just better than having soldier sometimes. Main things are Amphibily's sword, Amphibily earrings, Amphibily tiara, Amphibily paper.
Not really.
The circlet is also good.
I wouldn't say the paper is good since it only has attack, I think.
I'm pretty sure it's still better than the other stuff you have. Usually. Because you make use of a lot of MAs in the next part of the game, so should take both that. Basically all the Amphibily shit. Oh, whoops.
Language.
So he has to wait here because the movement glitch makes him run too fast. And he has to wait for the eavesdrop to refresh his wind step. So you want to maintain that for as long as possible. Since he only has to wait there for like 4 or 5 seconds, it's worth waiting for the wind step, which saves you about 14-15 seconds. Now there's just a bunch of plot stuff in this town. No fights for a little bit. So we need plot dump again.
Do you think Lindbergh is better than Kingly Waistcoat?
Depends how many Lindwers you have.
Well, one on the Ambro I just bought, or was it?
No, I mean for the fights that it's in. Like if you are going from 0 to 1, it's better. If you're going from 1 to 2, it's slightly better. If you're going from 2 to 3 to 4, then it's being questionable.
Well, mostly for Tiamat, you know.
The more Lindwer you have, the less Lindwer gives you. So.
Okay.
Because attack benefits from Lindwer, but Lindwer just stacks additively. So. It'll be useful for Salamander.
Oh yeah, that's true. Forgot about that guy.
Yeah. I thought you might have.
Yeah, since he's also a dragon apparently.
Yep. Well, he's a seraph. That's the condition for being a dragon in this universe. If you were a seraph, you are now a dragon. That's why the leech is a dragon. Despite absolutely not looking like a dragon.
Yeah, he's just a slime.
It's a leech, actually. Now we get a scripted fight against Sergei here. Ends when you use Lion Cell. This is the only time we'll use Lion Cell. Kinda garbage. But...
Not the only time.
Oh, bleh. It's the only time I use Lion Cell. Because I prefer Shatterfang the other time. But, we will never be using it to do damage. There we go.
Yep. Oh wait, that's not where we go. What part of the game?
Yeah, I love how they at the other occasion to use Lion Cell, they're like, we're gonna make them use Lion Cell, making him resistant to everything except Earth. And then we're like, oh wait, sorry, has Shadowfang. So Miklio's skill here is actually useless. It makes you invisible to enemies' sight. You can still be heard. But makes you run so slow that chances are it's just never gonna do anything for you. The wind one, at least, if you're using it to hit a cutscene trigger or using it to initiate an encounter, it saves you like some amount of frames. Because it travels instantly, but it has a long like recovery after it, so you can't just use it to travel and be faster, because you have to wait for it to recover. You don't have to wait for it to recover if you land in a cutscene trigger or if you land in an encounter. Yeah, so just have to run across some fields here. So some caves. So we go to Gododin. But at the very least, combat ratio, as opposed to like the amount of running and stuff you do, is about to go up. There's still a lot of running, but it's more like dungeony rather than just straight running from place A to place B across some fields. The dungeons in this game aren't completely awful. The puzzles are kinda puzzles.
Kinda puzzles, pretty much. The dungeons at least have good music.
Yes, that too. But I won't be able to hear.
Feels bad.
Because hearing echoes is weird. This entire game has good music though. Because they decided to make it a soundtrack of songs rather than a soundtrack of ambient noises. So here is the fight where you will deliberately take damage just so that Lila spams imbuement on your face. You can loop for longer. This thing, you can actually loop it up to like 60 hits just with Earth Armatus alone. And every combo does 4 hits. So it lasts quite a bit, as you can imagine. And it's early stun to vanish, which does less damage than just using a rejuvenate. that vanish legit did 600, and rejuvenate does.
Feels bad, man.
As you can see, as long as he's not at full health, Lila will just keep spamming the heal on him. Just puts A attack buff and generates some of this.
Okay, that usually doesn't kill me.
Wait, did you get hit by Whirlwind and die?
Yep.
Huh.
Apparently I don't have enough stats to survive.
That's weird. Wonder why not.
LBG
So,
is not a
yeah,
big
normally,
issue here.
like, this thing has a lot of hidden arts which don't stagger you, and you take less damage, but still, like, a lot of damage if you're spellcasting, so he usually just tanks stuff by holding a spellcast and getting hit by the art. Apparently Whirlwind is killing him, which doesn't usually happen. It's usually absolutely fine to just tank them.
Oh dear, Lila got hit there.
Oof. Yeah, the problem is that if Lila gets hit, she will armatize to heal up. And then you don't have imbuement anymore, is keystone of this strat. Once the timer runs out, the thing below the damage count, there's like a little blue bar, she will de-armatize as soon as she gets a chance. Stops being stubborn AI. Nice spell cancel.
Thanks.
So this fight hasn't gone great, but it hasn't gone... Not sure what was up with the dying to Whirlwind. Don't think I've ever seen that, but...
Still wasn't bad. Lost on BG, but oh well.
I guess most of the time you do also get double soldier, so... Also gives you 20 extra stats.
Right, I don't have any
Actually, yeah,
soldier
that might
right
be
now.
why. Yeah, you don't have single soldier either, do you? The sword? That might be why.
Yeah, once I got the sword, I
guess
lost soldier.
Yeah, I guess it's worth keeping single soldier just for this fight if that's what caused it. Well, we now know that for the future.
Yep.
The reason it never happened before is I usually don't get the sword. And Shin, until recently, didn't think the sword was better than just soldier. But it's slightly better. Technically. Offense-wise. So we just haven't ever, like, encountered a situation where it was a thing. This Amphibole sword is actually really good, though. With the skills that are on it.
Yeah. Actually lets me get additional BG2. I have 5 now, I'm sorry.
Could be worse. So yeah, we're just grabbing a couple extra Norman here. They're not particularly useful, but they do help out a little bit with these next couple fights. The next couple bosses, rather. They just help with some BG management. Can sometimes be an issue.
Okay, fusion time.
Yeah, this is where we want to do the 10 fusions. To unlock the title on Lila. You do need to do a fight after doing the fusions. To actually learn the title. So you kind of have to do it at this point in the plot or earlier. Else you just don't get the title for the fight you need. And again, this is just to learn an art later on. Yo, that Ambit Tiara has double Rangus on it now. if you equip it for a little bit and unlock it.
I didn't pay attention.
You managed to synthesize a second Rangus onto it. But it's a...
Oh, nice.
It's a locked one.
Yo,
you'd
I'm
have to...
full of the earrings with...
yeah, buddy. Oh, really? Wow, yeah. Hacker.
I have soldier now again.
Yeah. So yeah, Amphibole earrings is like the #1 thing you're looking for. It gives you like 50 extra art attack. Which... So it makes it worthwhile even if you lose a soldier. Which is 40 total stats in offense. But he happened to get a soldier even though he used him. Yeah, he's
That's the wrong one.
His gear setup's pretty good right now.
Oh, never mind, didn't matter. Forgot to hold up for Tiger Blade.
It would have been fine if you hadn't done Earth Dragon Fang. You would have got the badge. But Earth Dragon Fang lasts so long. I actually haven't seen you do that fight properly in a long time.
I gotta say, that fight goes differently every time I do it.
I mean, yeah, but
grab it.
you just never input the right arts, it feels like.
What are the right arts tell me then?
Anything into Tiger Blade.
Well, yeah.
Into not Earth Dragon Fang. Into Starfall, into Armatize.
Oh,
And then stuff until he gets stunned. Well, Starfall has a high stun chance. It's like 9% or something. Yes, 9% is high, folks. That's the kind of numbers we're dealing with here.
Yeah. I think Earth has like the highest one, which is above 10 something. Like 12, 11.
Earth's second hit is 11%.
Oh, there you go.
Scrap Toss is 13, I believe. Something like that. Tower of Blood is 9 as well. Well, technically speaking, the highest stun chance is Banish, which is 25, but still doesn't work out. And these percentages are before multipliers as well. Most enemies have multipliers that reduce it below, quite significantly below that. Like a 25% Banish Blast will end up being closer to like 10 to 13%, depending on the enemy's multipliers. Some of them go as low as like 4% on a Banish Blast. Something like that. Not a fun time to deal with.
What? Why do I always get the dog here? Like third time in a row.
I like always get the dog here, but he usually doesn't wander over on top of the chest. Yeah, we're grabbing a lot of gold in the route. It's not really to buy equipment with. There's a shop later on that we need to upgrade a bunch to unlock certain things, and every single piece of gold matters. Picking up a bunch of different stuff that sells for basically nothing, just so that we can sell it and have a tiny bit more gold put into the shop.
Oh, that worked. All right.
Yeah, nice. The annoying thing about quick saving here.
Hey.
Missed it. Yeah, the annoying thing about quick saving here is if you have to load that quick save for any reason, the torches will go out, so you have to redo the quote-unquote puzzle. Yeah, there's some gear we're picking up in here at the chest. Comes with certain skills on it. There's a ring that has 10% capability versus armored, which is useful in the next fight. Some boots that have 15% versus dragons. Again, useful in the next fight. And also useful later on in the game where some dragons appear to deal with them. I appreciate that you're quick saving a lot more now.
Yeah, I do quick save a lot in this place, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, this next boss is the difficulty spike of the game. The dude has like 1,000 defense. We just do like no damage the entire fight. It can take you anywhere from like 3 minutes to 5 minutes, depending on what he does, and what stats and gear you have. Just a real like a hard stats difficulty spike. There's nothing really you can do in a speedrun setting to make this go less painful.
For Salamander.
Salamando, boys. There's a weird first phase to this fight, where you have to run around, touch the monuments to get unburned, gain access to your Seraphim. And Shin will do that by running around as Rose. Salamander always goes for the lowest health target here. Well, he always goes for the lowest health target, all the time. Which means he's just going to chase Rose around for a little bit. And it's not immensely important if she dies, but it's just a lot easier to deal with. It's a lot easier to dodge Salamander if he's trying to attack you than if he's trying to attack Saray and Saray happens to your path. Or if you're Saray, he tries to attack Rose and you walk into his path whilst he's attacking. So the plan here is to be Water Armatus and to shoot him a whole bunch until he dies, basically. The annoying thing about this boss in particular is, and some others later, he has a skill that gives him armor to all attacks until he drops below 70% HP. So you can't stagger him at all, no matter what you do. Unless you stun him, actually. It's the only exception. But with the set of arts that Shin is using here, the only thing that can stun him is Banish. Because Water Armatus doesn't have very good access to stun. This also means you can't combo him, so you can't power hit him except an attack that is already power hitting him. Like actually hitting his weakness itself. And there goes the 70% barrier. At least we can deal with him now. And we don't really care about BG or how many times he AI'd. Anything like that in this fight. We get a full BG refresh and a full revive before the fight actually finishes and we gain EXPs. So you're just able to approach this fight however you want. Yeah, as you can see, our combos just don't do very much damage. It's like 400 per full set of arts. He has quite a bit of HP. He got rid of the armor phase really quickly. He landed a random banish for like 700, and then the AI was hitting him a lot without dying, which is rare.
Okay, good finisher.
How'd you guys? Stun. Yeah, that was a really good finish, actually. So by doing YOLO banishes like that, they have a really high stun chance, as I discussed. It's the only real thing that can stun. Hey, actually got it for a change.
Yeah, no, didn't get memed.
And if it stuns, not only does the banish's damage hit on a stun, but you then get another one. Water's banish is really, really fast. Yeah, that final phase there, you end it just by using an art into a Mystic Art. Which basically means you do Rain of Fire into Mystic Art every time. Sometimes it just doesn't stagger him randomly, and sometimes he will cast a spell, which means he won't get staggered, and if an enemy isn't staggered, you can't Mystic Art. It's kind of trolly. You just kind of flip a coin, hope the Rain of Fire works. The game really wants you to have all this amphibities.
Yep.
These shops are so full. It's like there's been like 10 plus things, all free opportunities.
Except I got most of them already.
Yeah, exactly. But now we have to go back and bop another Snack Lady, which is the other difficulty spike of the game, where Salamander had over 1,000 defense. This one has like 1,000 art defense, which is more relevant now because we just learned the best spell in the game. Well, I guess it's like the second best spell in the game, but the best spell in the game is not really remotely reasonable to learn. So I'm surprised you don't buy any peach gels.
Yeah, I don't. Do you?
Yes. I like 5.
Oh, damn.
I do it before Salamander. Because if you have bad gear, he can actually just make you run out of.
Never really
Well,
had
he
any
can't make
issues
you
with
run
him
out
with
of
any kind of
resources.
gear.
But I don't like using Rejuvenate to run out of. Yeah, it's just either way, you'll want some peach gels anyway. And worst case scenario, you just sell them in low run, right? So
Oh yeah, okay, I'll buy then before Minotaur, I guess.
it's probably because of all the teleporting we do. It's probably more gold to sink into Logrin by buying like some peach gels than it is to just spend the Gald in Logrin the first time. Because you lose a bunch when you teleport. Gasp! Secret door. Very hidden. Very, very hidden.
What a twist.
Hidden.
Oh wait, right,
Sorry,
there's
please.
No... No idea, but I was expecting a cutscene there.
So yeah, this dungeon is actually really hard to avoid all the enemies. Small corridors and lots of the enemies are just really fast and snipe you out of nowhere. You're not paying attention.
The worst thing that can happen here is like an enemy despawns and spawns right in your face.
Yeah. Despawning in this game is random as heck. Sometimes enemies just choose to not exist anymore. And when that happens, they respawn in their spawning location. And they just... If that happens and you're right next to them and they see you, they're just gonna get you. There's a map though. Even if they hit the door, there's a map.
Yep.
It still wouldn't be very hard for us to find. As players. They hid the one in the palace at the start of the game. Yeah, this dungeon is probably one of the dungeoniest in this game. You just have to go around in a big fucking circle. It's frustrating. It's very hard to know where you're going the first couple times you do it. A couple others like this though, like the wind trial later on.
Wait,
like we did the fire, trial, and the puzzles were real, but the dungeon itself wasn't very, like the dungeon itself wasn't very maze-like. The wind trial later on is just a maze. Very difficult to know what you're doing there. And then this one is sprawling. You'll eventually find your way like if you just go long enough, but occasionally, it takes a lot of people a long time to just know where they're going. And it's long.
Well, I'll be grabbing this peach gel there.
Yeah. But now that we have all 4 of the tablety things, we can big door.
Okay, menu time.
And we get a nice big menu here.
Crimson Whale with Window.
Wait, what, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Cheap. So, the spell we learn is Crowd Fire. Anyone who has seen the speedrun knows this spell. It is fire and wind elemental. Its ratio is crazy high. its hit stun is really high and it knocks up the enemies such that you can loop it infinitely, more or less. This spell will be used for the rest of the game, more or less. Plus or minus a few fights.
Oops, that's not that one.
We're also changing the arts on a bunch of the arts on our AI to make sort of manipulate their AI slightly. Edna, we just want air pressure because it's the only useful spell she has. But on Dezel, both of his spells are useful. And having 2 spells active makes him act a lot more often, because he'll try to alternate. The AI doesn't like using the same art twice in a row, because of how the mechanics work. I don't believe that whiffed. What the heck? He dropped out. Damn it, Rose. So that combo there that he did, if he got a stun on the Scorched Valley, which is the little stream of steam, the second firearm at assault, he would have actually just basically one-shot the boss. What some of the combos and
I'll keep my BG for Minotaur now.
Yeah, that's wise, because you don't have the tutorial. Just don't die. Or get petrified.
Hopefully.
So he lost a tutorial earlier, so he wants to maintain his BG for the next fight, which normally he would use a tutorial for. Because there's a very specific strat that we want to do to take out most of the boss HP as soon as possible. Because he's an incredibly threatening boss. And now we will be spamming either just raw Crown Fires over and over, Rain of Fire into Crown Fire. Rain of Fire into Crown Fire is technically better DPS, because the Rain of Fire is a hidden art which adds 10% damage to the Crown Fire, and it also has the A defense down attached to it, which is which increases Crown Fire damage insanely when it procs. But in many fights, it's safer to just do raw Crown Fires like Shin is doing right now, at certain ranges, to loop them forever, and they just never get a chance. Like, she actually can't act at this range until she is low enough health to start doing her Petrify Beam, which you have to watch out for. You cancel your spell into guard. You'll notice he holds onto the spell before he releases it. If you release it as soon as possible, it will hit just as she recovers, and she will get the green flash super armor. And it also helps out with SC regeneration, because if you have finished the cast time of the spell, but you hold onto it and don't release it by holding the spell button, your SC regenerates for as long as you hold the button.
By the way, the Crown Fires are really strong, 280.
Yeah, that's pretty high. I'm sure they were doing 240 earlier, but damage in this game is a very inconsistent thing sometimes. Like sometimes they do 240, sometimes 280, and then like there's some stuff that makes sense why it does more damage. Like that one that did 300 was because it was a counter hit. This game has counter hits, even though they're not obvious sometimes. They give you a little bit of extra damage for the combo. And then, like, if she gets burned, he'll do a lot more damage as well, because of various bonuses. See, they started doing 240 again. I don't understand what happened there, because she wasn't burned during the 280s, and you don't have a buff. It's just confusing as to why sometimes the damage is higher. So that was actually a pretty good fight, for not getting a stun or anything at the start. But yeah, this is why we didn't want Lila to die earlier. If she dies in any of the bosses where we were talking about it, she's only level 18 here, so... But this spell is disgustingly good. I don't understand what they were thinking. It's better than the tier 3 fire spell. It's, Shrug.
Hey, Ancient Nova is still pretty alright.
Yeah, Ancient, that's the tier 4 spell though.
Oh, tier 4, right.
Because that's the best spell in the game. Crownfire is the second best spell.
Or god tier 3.
Yeah, tier 3 is
right?
the wall, yeah.
Yeah, the wall.
The wall that Magalu has.
I could have used this body earlier.
I mean, you say most of the Kamui spells are bad, but that's not strictly true. There's a lot of really good ones. They're the best darts in the game on average. I don't believe you got Fiend on that, what the heck?
Yeah. Well, not sure I can use it, just because there aren't many dead Fiends there.
Still a hacker. But yeah, there's like Burning Echo is really good for what it does, and Crownfire is disgustingly good. Flare Wall would be good if Crownfire didn't exist. Ancient Nova is disgustingly good. Arrow Squall is really good. And then Crystal Tower is super good as well. Earth Shaker is really good as well. That's like half of the spells in Kamui. And then Wind has no good ones, but because Wind has no good art. Yeah, the Wind tier 4 is worse than Burning Echo.
Like, hey, I'm gonna cast this awesome spell. Oh wait, it doesn't hit anybody close range.
Yeah, the only spell that would be better than any other, but it's worse because you can't cast it well. So you have half the stats that you want. If you could cast that thing with Firearm Attis, if you could cast Lightning Blast with Firearm Attis, it would actually be the best game by a lot. But you can't, so it's not. So now that we've dealt with all the stuff here, we need to go do all the rest of the trials. Most people in the casual playthroughs, I'm pretty sure, did the water trial first, and the earth trial. You can do these two in any order. And then the wind trial has to come last, because of plot reasons. You can't get, or you can get over there, technically, but Hildolf is in the way. He will body you.
Yeah, the only reason is because the water one is weak to earth, meaning you would get MA if you would get a stun.
It's not the only reason, but it is the biggest one.
Yeah.
The other reasons are Asura is easier with higher stats compared to Minotaur, who did really hard no matter what stats you have. And also the fact that you can go to the shop. This shop coming up has really useful stuff in it, and you want to access it as soon as possible. And as early as possible, so it gets as many refreshes as possible. If you do water first, you don't get a shop refresh on this before the wind valley, as far as I know. Yeah, a lot of people don't know, they just do water first. Which makes sense. Water is technically easier. And that is quote-unquote the intended order. But yeah, you can do them in any order. Hey, dagger. This is the weapon we really want. A Feldspar dagger. It's really good.
Oh.
Comes with 10% fire damage on it.
Oh yeah. Rangus.
Feldspar paper as well. That. And the Rangus ring. And it's a beast Rangus ring as well. That might be useful on Thingamajiggy, of course. Especially since if you stun Cerberus, he's dead as heck.
Oh yeah.
with that thing, yeah. Animalia ring is actually one of the rings that is useful for us, surprisingly, compared to the basic stat rings. The beast stuff is actually useful in exactly one fight, and being useful in exactly one fight is really useful in this game. Yeah, there's some gear we want to pick up in the chests here as well. There's a Featherlight Steps here, which has a hell of a lot of focus on it. Like, Lila's focus actually goes up by about 50 equipping one of these, which makes SCU management way less unreasonable. And then after Minotaur, there'll be a chest we want as well, which has... We already have one, but we want two. Like, one of the best pieces of gear in the game. The Kingly Waistcoat has like 100 plus attack on it.
Yep.
Pretty good. You kind of die in this game no matter what. No matter what you have as defense stats, so we fully discard defense in the pursuit of killing things as quickly as possible before they kill us. So we're gonna deliberately let Minotaur run away here so that we fight him in the next place instead. You don't lose any time other than the short cutscene there, but you get access to a few things before you do the fight, which is nice to have. The speedrun coats for the power spike in the middle by having more or less. So there's a very specific strategy in this fight. It's probably the most specific one in the entire run. It's a very unique one. Where we are going to NA with is one of very few times you'll see us do it. You're up.
Oh! I'll take this.
Are you serious? What a stun. Ah, come on.
Oh my
okay, so,
god. I'll take that.
The combo dropped. He's supposed to do a second combo after the first MA and do a second MA. But it didn't matter because he got a stun randomly and MA'd him with that. That fight went really great. It didn't go as well as it can, but as I say, it still went really, really well. Minotaur is a very, very difficult fight because basically everything he does instantly destroys you as soon as he does it. And he can't be Crown Fire looped because he's too heavy, so he doesn't get knocked.
You mean he
Which is
doesn't
an
float?
issue with a few bosses. Say what?
I meant he doesn't float.
Yeah. Yeah, he just doesn't get knocked up by the Crown Fire.
Oh, yeah.
Nice column.
Thanks.
Yeah, and like there's a couple more bosses that'll be like that. This one in particular has disgusting amounts of one-shot power, where he will instantly destroy you in the face.
Wait, what? Dude. Okay. What's up with the golems today?
Yo. Golems. Love these things. So yeah, grabbing the second Kingly Waistcoat. Turns out 100 physical attack on gear that's supposed to be a defensive piece of gear is really, really good for a speedrun. Yeah, we have to now run around on both sides of the northern end to punch these rock. But at least the music in this place is good.
Worst part we don't hear,
we
the
do
best
so.
part, since the dungeon is too short.
Yeah. I respect that save. I was hoping you would, as soon as I saw it.
Yeah, I
Not
need
that it
those
really matters.
tutorials, really.
Yeah. I mean, you've already spent the BG, so it wouldn't really matter. As long as you don't die on Asura, you'd still have the BG for Zavid.
Actually, I have the 2 tutorials left just for Zavid and Dulahan.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you took it before Asura, as long as you didn't die,
Well, yeah, that's
you-
true. Yeah.
you would still have it for Zavid, as long as you step Asura a little bit and don't spend it. You have to do slow Asura though, no matter what. Unfortunate.
Oh, we go out of the way a bit to grab an Irish jump. And one of the annoying things for me is like Lila switches position like almost every time, so Rosemary is always random where to go.
Yeah. I mean, she's always in the same place as long as you menu this. But remembering all of those in a long run that has lots of different menus in it is difficult. Oof. So yeah, just running through some fairly low-level caves. This place you can technically come here as soon as you get like Rose in the party, but there's no reason to come here until after the events, the fire trial and that type of stuff. Are you grabbing the top knot? Grab the top knot.
No.
No.
Don't worry about fella. I'll surprise you with something even better, even though I don't know what that looks like.
Good. Damn it, no top knot, Alicia. You've ruined it.
It's on Alicia.
Dude, top knot Alicia is the best. Alicia?
But she's not in the party?
That's the point. You just once she
Oh.
rejoins, you just stick it on. It's the top knot penalty. If you accidentally grab the vest there, you are obligated to put it on Alicia when she rejoins the party. The rule me and Maelstrom made. We were running this. When he was running this. Because you'd think, oh, there's a copper chest and a silver chest. The silver one I want, right? Because that's a better chest? Nope, that's a top knot. So yeah, so we end up in the Boar's Ruins, but the other end. And this is the reason why you can't do anything here until you get this far in the game. You need to break rocks to get into this part. So you can't get into like the Lady Lake area through that cave until you do the events at Gododin, but you can't come here until after the event where you beat up the Snack Lady. So yeah, we just grab this Irish gem on the way, because there's never a good time to come and get this, and it's already here, so may as well just come and get it now. We do need all of these, as I said earlier, even though they look like side quests. So although it's out of the way, compared to like the most direct path through this place, we have to go over there at some point. Now we end up in the Corridor of Squirrel, where Shin accidentally gets into a fight.
Please no. No
It's okay, you can
squirrels.
save.
I'll have to quick save twice. Oh. The moment I quick save won't appear right in front of me.
Yep. Power of squirrels, dude.
Oops. Okay. Morgan Falls.
And then as soon as you get to the cutscene on that bridge here, you can turn around and teleport right over to the waterfall, which is where we need to go. The entrance to the ruins is supposed to be really well hidden, right?
Well,
right?
Yes.
Oh wait, we have a map. Surprise. It's behind the waterfall. Who would have thought the water trial would be behind the water? This is probably the trial that most people have had problems with, according to the people I've spoken to. But really not that difficult. The tiles sort of tell you when it's safe to walk on them. As long as you just look at the room before you go through it, it's not so bad. A lot of the enemy spawns in here can screw with us though. Like, elephants sometimes just sit in doorways and there's no way through. Well, okay.
The tentacle one is like the worst one. Really wide.
Yeah, that's because of how field symbol hitboxes work in this game. They are bound to the model. So sprawling enemies like the tentacle ladies and the trees later on are just really difficult to avoid. Because they're, as I say, they're sprawling.
Will someone come to me?
Come, he says. Oh yeah, one thing to note about this game is that, or this dungeon rather, is if you remember this from your casual playthrough, you might remember that you opened a bunch of chests and heard a bunch of plot, and the way that your characters spoke made you think those chests were required, so you went around and looked for them. Yeah, they're not required. So, we kind of just get a run through the place. And, not care.
I forgot about that.
Oh, saving the frames? So basically, when you do these doors, you still have some of the water, like, shroud left. Which means you have to wait around for a bit if you want to run at full speed, because water forces you to walk. So instead of doing that, you can either swing your sword, which instantly dispels the water, or you can use wind to travel through the door, which is slight time save. Both of them are slight time saves. They'll save the frames.
Almost there.
But yeah, as you can see, this dungeon really isn't that complex. The only thing that like got most of the people I spoke to at least once is this final eye here. After the teleport. Yeah, it's a really rude move by the developer to put that there. Because I think I've only spoken to one person who didn't get caught by that. So, it's just quite rude.
No BG to armatize.
It's fine. His attacks are really sweeping, so you can just dodge it. That's what all those steps are for.
Please hit me. I was afraid he's gonna hit the AI there.
You were closest to him. So if I was you, I'd probably like try and get 4 BG here.
Alright.
Just in case you get the stun. Because not having the 4 BG when you get the stun in this fight, it's really easy to build BG in this fight, because most of his attacks hit you like a bunch of times. So Not when he doesn't attack you. Cast any spells? Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, just 4 BG is how much it costs to use an Automatus MA. And if you get a stun in this fight, you really, really want to MA him. Because this guy can kind of just one-shot you out of nowhere. Similar to Minotaur, but he does it with a lot less of his ult. Minotaur, basically anything Minotaur does, just... This one's a little different.
Oh.
No, he's threatening, but not immense.
I was so hoping he's gonna hit me there.
Oof. Yeah, just continuing with earth loops here. Again, this guy's really, really heavy, so you can't knock him out with...
Alright.
And he resists. So it's not worth using it on this guy. Hey, there we go. Now I'm glad I reminded you the possibility of doing it. Yeah, that just deals with most of the fight. This cutscene always happens no matter what you do. If you kill him before the cutscene happens, he lives on 1 HP, and then the cutscene happens, and you have to slap him again. But it does at least carry over his HP, so if you overkill the first phase, it doesn't matter. He doesn't like restore HP or anything. It just carries over. So yeah, as we said earlier, that's like the main reason you want to do it for water. You get the Earth NA when you do the Earth trial, which lets you use it on this fight if you get a stun.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
You know, I also experienced Ashura depths. Okay, we good.
Doesn't really matter if you take a little bit of damage. In fact, it's a benefit if you take a little bit of damage, because Lila does the thing. There's just no safe way to take damage against Asura.
Yeah, that I realized. That's why this guy is more spoopy now whenever I try to take damage.
Yeah.
Also convenient last die.
Yeah. Like, it's faster to leave the dungeon by just stepping in the eye. Instantly throws you into the cutscene. So now that we've done that, we can go to the wind trial. As a really, really frustrating boss we have to beat first. That quite a while ago I made a fairly YOLO strat for, but it turns out that it works like basically every time. So it's not that YOLO, but when it doesn't work, and you're really sad. But yeah, it's similar to the Salamander fight in that he has super armor until you've dealt at least 30% of his HP and damage. But even after you get rid of his super armor, it's still really frustrating to fight him. Less frustrating when you use Crown Fire, but he can still kind of just snipe you out.
Yeah, that boss is really spoopy.
Yeah.
And we don't fight him just now, we will fight him like one more time later.
Yeah.
Well, whatever, I need tutorial.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one.
I thought that's why you weren't saving.
Yo, dude, I have 10 PG.
Yo, what the heck? This is gonna be easy. Nice Spanish, by the way.
Yeah, I've mistaken the tutorial. That's the last one you're supposed to do, but yeah, I got 2 floors left, not 1. Always the dense squirrels though.
Dude, why do you have 10 BG? What the heck?
I think my story still has like triple mind and triple spirit, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And
so
Miklia and Sori get 1 BG from their title too, right?
Not this early, I don't think.
Pretty sure they do. Yo, I'm gonna quick save just in case.
Yeah, I approve. I wanted you to do so as soon as you hit the tutorial, to be honest, but as fighting Dullahan fair is no fun. Granted, you still have to pray you get the stun, but just get the stun, dude. Just choose to get the stun. Easy.
Yeah, just choose better RNG.
Yep. That's how you win. You just choose to have better RNG, dude. But yeah, as I say, this next boss is a doozy. And then the one after it is also a doozy. Funnily enough, other runners of this game never, other than me, as far as I know, never really had that much trouble with this one. And they had more trouble with the third iteration of the boss we're gonna fight. But I never had trouble with the third one. Yo, Feldspar Tiara. You just want all the things right now, don't you?
Yep. Except that Hairbin have fire, which is useless.
Yeah.
Overall,
there was also a ring. There was also a ring with Earth on it, but you're done using Earth Armatas now.
Yep.
More or less. Actually, no, you are entirely done now because of the new giant golem strat. Well, I say new. It's quite an old strat now, but
equipment on the Cleo. Probably this one. Oh, Kingway. We'll go the Cal side. Well, whatever.
You've had that for ages.
I know.
Just never equipped it.
Yeah, I think I didn't equip because he had Soldier still there.
Did he still have Soldier when you equipped the Burning Dash? Doubt it.
Nope.
Just the entire time you've been using Miklia? Well, I say the entire time. You like only used it, but once, but yeah.
Forgot Ice Ball.
So yeah. Next boss is Zavid, again. Except he's actually hard this time. First time it was a joke fight. This time he has armor until you deal 30% damage, as we'll say, so he kind of just wrecks you in the face if you aren't careful. But the YOLO strat, so to speak, is to stand far away like this and spam banishes until that happens. You get the stun, and use water MA.
Easy.
Heck load of damage. And then you shoot him, and then you do banish, and he kills. More or less. And that is the YOLO, but not entirely YOLO strat, because it works like every time. Not quite every time, but basically every time. It's really hard to teach people that strat, by the way. Like, I remember when I first made it, and I tried to convince people about it, and people just couldn't do it. I'm like, come on, you just have to do this. And now I figured out all of the like little nuances about it that I was doing just out of habit, that other people didn't understand. Like, at the beginning, you'll see he took a like short step backwards. Zavid always goes for whoever is close in all of his fights. So by taking a step backwards, he goes for Rose, instantly kills Rose, and then she armatizes. And then if you don't get the stun quickly enough, he instantly kills that. But it keeps him far away from you, so that you can spam banishes from long range. And his multiplier is not incredibly low for stuns, so you can often just get the stun within 1 or 2 banishes. Sometimes he just doesn't at all. The good thing about the strat is that even if you don't get the stun, you usually do enough damage to Shin, I'm mad at you. How did you miss that?
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, usually you do enough damage to at least end the armor phase, at which point you just switch out to Lila, and you can just Crown Fire spam him until he dies. Which you have to do in the third fight anyway, because your chance of stunning him in the third fight is significantly lower, and he will kill you way faster. It's also a lot less, like, in that fight, the starting positions of you and your party. But in the third Zavid fight, it's like, it's really, really hard.
Time to go with the flow.
Wind trial. Oh. Spins the mist, after all. Yeah, this is the most complex dungeon by far. It's actually really, really difficult to learn the place. Luckily, we don't have to do too many things, because there's like a couple chests we want, but most of them are sort of in the way anyway. We don't have to like backtrack or anything, mostly because backtracking for chests just costs too much time. There is some other stuff in here that we would like to have, but it's just too far out way to be worth it.
Voice first with attack, still have soldier.
Are you... what? Hacker. What the heck?
Sometimes lucky.
Dude, you're gonna get like triple Elder Garden or something.
That station, I probably won't.
No, you're gonna get like 5 Elder Gardens. It's gonna be one of those runs. like the one I had during our race. Way back. Yeah, those Void Spheres, they have 10% undead attack, which the next boss is undead. And we really need to deal as much damage to him as possible. He's a very threatening boss. The plan is also to kill him before he does anything. But you kind of need a stun for that.
And gear,
so
too.
It doesn't always work. And gear, but you have gear. You have plenty of gear.
Don't have a Felspar sword, but whatever. Everything else I got.
Friend, you have plenty of gear.
Not enough. For Dullahan, at least.
Yes, it is. You only need like 1 or 2 things. You only need like the Amphibious Tiara. That's like it. To be able to one-shot Dullahan. Oof. Yeah, just continuing through the long... It's 9 floors high. It's just... it's quite long, but... which is part of what makes it really hard to remember. But the first 6 floors are like... just straight path, more or less. After that, it becomes quite sprawling, and you have to do some backtracking and all that garbage. And then at the top, we have kind of the most painful boss in the fight, or in the game. Give or take. Yeah, I love how you just ran directly through it.
I don't know. That was weird. Oh well. At least it's not a dangerous encounter.
Resonance. Yeah. Yeah, dangerous encounters in this game take 8 years to run from. First, we have a couple things to grab. This Apodus one is useful for a specific fight. Well, it's useful for a couple fights later, but there's one in particular for.
Yeah, the one where we cannot really crown fire loop.
Yeah, you can't really crown fire at all. She'll just kill you.
Well, you have to when she does the thing, you know. Oh, wait.
Well, yeah, but that's like that's kind of a special case. You can't just crown fire her raw. And even then, sometimes Burning Echo is better. Opinion. So having the buff up is really good. Fight. So switching to Sonic Frost here. Sonic Frost is really, 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 really good.
I guess I'll sacrifice it. Focus Orangus.
Yeah, focus better. Yeah, so the strat here is do a long combo, get a stun, instantly kill him, and hooray. But it's not particularly common. Oh, you don't go for the YOLO Banisher? It wouldn't have worked, but...
Yeah.
Coward. So the unfortunate part here is that stun chance on the combo that we're using here is really high. So like, if you don't get a stun on the original combo, you kind of just play the fight really safe and slow. It takes a really long time. One of the most annoying things that, say he did even get a stun here, and he MA'd, and then did a banish, he would heal like a quarter of the damage he got dealt anyway. Because unless he gets a burn, because that's how undead work. They're not affected by a status effect. You can see how it's gradually regenerating all the damage it takes. It slowly regenerates, and that applies to Mystic Hearts as well. And we can't Crown Fire loop this guy because he will instantly destroy us, and it doesn't combo properly. Again, too heavy to be lifted, and just it doesn't even combo properly on him. A lot of the times you'll get 4 hits of the Crown Fire, and then the 5th will activate Super Armor, and you're like, well, I guess I'm dead.
I'll use MA since it's burned.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was wondering if you were getting.
Safe option.
Yeah, there's no reason not to do it really. It does a hell of a lot of damage still, so... Now he has access to Open Face, so he's almost dead. You have another one. Well, cheap. But yeah. That wasn't a bad fight by any means. Getting the burn was really, really handy. Let him do a Mystic Heart for, like... The Mystic Heart did like 5k damage, when normally he would heal for like 1700 of that. But didn't die, that's what matters. Dullahan can be really, really fresh if you're not careful.
Yeah, like one of the examples is at the start he can like right away do a dash, which literally wipes the whole party.
Yep.
Like his dash
which
is really
isn't
dangerous.
such a bad thing. It isn't such a bad thing because if he wipes the entire party really quickly, you at least can retry the fight really, really fast. The worst thing is when it kills you and your Seraph and like Rose and leaves a straggler alive, and then you're like, right, I died really fast, I want to just die in the fight so that I can retry it. And then your Seraph or your AI partner just lives for like 30 seconds. And you're like, well, thanks game. And it happens a lot on Minotaur as well. Sometimes if you mess up the strat, he just body slams and it kills literally everybody instantly, and you're like, okay, that's fine, I can try again. But that's It's not a bad mid game. It wasn't immensely great. There was some late stuns in there, but at least you got the stuns.
Yep.
And gear was solid. In a decent spot.
Honestly, looking at my timer right now, I think I'm on a good pace.
Good pace or a PB pace?
Can't tell actually, but
I doubt you're on PB pace, if I'm gonna be honest. There's no way.
As long as you kill Dullahan before pre-armor, I think you're good.
You haven't had enough stuns, I don't think, at the right times.
But yeah, definitely not PB pace.
Yeah. Your PB is way too good. It's part of the run. Like, way too good. But now we have to fight the third version of Zavid, which a lot of people have had trouble with in learning this game. I just never struggled with him at all. Well, ever since we started doing the proper Crownfire loops. But I understand that if you do mess up at all, he just kind of instantly destroys you, no matter what you do. But it's just a lot easier to not mess up than, say, Zavid 2. When Zavid 2 has like, permanent armor. Who are you using here? You actually switched to Rose? Okay. So, we're switching to Rose here because her spell damage is usually higher than Soray's from this point onwards. Soray was used in Dullahan mostly, Dullahan and Asura and Minotaur mostly because those strats make use of hidden arts and MAs and banishes more rather than just spamming Crownfire. But now that we pass those, we are in Crownfire spam territory for real. So Rose is going to be our controlled character for a decent period of time. And by a decent period of time, I mean whenever Rose is in we'll be controlling Rose.
Oh dear.
She's just really, really powerful. Oof.
So if he wants catches you can do a really long combo. That's why it's really scary. Also, Iron Stance. Okay.
Yeah, he can randomly, like, because he uses mostly martial arts. Because he's a Seraph, right? So Seraphs don't have hidden arts, which is the one you kind of counter with spells, but that doesn't matter to a really, really good spell. With the incorrect timing, he can armor straight through your Crownfires with both his martial arts and his spells because of the interactions between them.
Also tree.
Yes, tree.
Detention.
It can actually be useful. Like, it's usually not, but it usually just messes with the camera.
Oh shoot!
It can be handy. Oof. Ready for dirty dancing?
Dirty dance.
Wow, imagine not manually stepping Hellgate. Casual.
I didn't stab it, I guarded.
Wow. Imagine that.
Safer!
What a casual.
It wasn't too bad really because of the gear I had.
Yeah, that fight really wasn't bad at all. He didn't really escape your pressure. Even the time he got through, the normal thing happens where he gets through and then the Crownfire interrupts the combo, so sometimes he just armors through the Crownfire and he just kills you anyway, but usually the Crownfire just interrupts him. Once the Crownfire is cast, it's there for good. Even if the enemy attacks you, so attacks you during your recovery, that is. So that was Zavid 3, who's one of the hardest bosses usually, but Crownfire does the thing on Zavid 3, so we don't really mind. Now a bunch of plot stuff happens. And we gain access to a really, really cool thing that makes us go really, really fast. That we already technically have access to. But, we gain more access to it. Yeah, well, first we have these Lunar fights. They're kind of joke fights at this point. I think it's, like, these are similar to the fight against the Knights earlier with Solo Soray in the Wasteland. These fights are supposed to, like, show you how much stronger you've become since at the early parts of the game. So they made the boss deliberately, like, quite weak. Compared to the ones you've been doing up until now. Where he kind of just dies. Are you gonna MA the flock? Please MA the flock.
They are not stacked up. They're actually spread out.
They're like never spread out. That's weird. They very rarely cast spells at the start, actually. They usually just all go for you. Yeah, basically these ones are super weak. They just die instantly. If you MA them, they actually just all die instantly, whether they're stunned or not. But they kind of have to all stack for the MA to hit them all. I actually wonder if it's worth us just wind armatizing and using that MA though.
Has wide range?
Because it hits really wide, so it might just all die.
Worth a try.
I never really tested that. Yeah, I never really tested that. It means we'd probably have to put the Kingly Waistcoat on Zavid, but we need to do that. Oh, whoops, on Dezel. But we have to do that at some point anyway. We never use Mikleo ever again, basically. Mikleo is done. Edna is done. Dezel is done. We're just Lila now, and one other. Screw it, I've already spoiled it. We do use Zavid as well. For like one fight. Cause stuff. So this fight is completely and utterly abusable just by standing behind it here and it can't hit you with anything. So you can just do the highest DPS stuff that you have and spam Banish to keep your combo stage up. By the way, do you not have a combo stage? Like, for some reason it feels like you should with your gear. Doesn't really matter, but I'm just curious if you've checked it at all. And then there's this fight, which there's a couple things about it where it's safest to just run away and run away basically, but it's absolutely fine to just do Crown Flyers like this. Crown Flyer hits slightly behind where you're stood as well, so as long as they're in melee range of you, they will fly it. Basically, we're spamming Crown Fire here like this. Just gives you usage on the art, which makes its SC cost go down. And for every half star of usage you have, gives you a bit of extra BG at the start of every combat. So it's not immensely relevant, but if you are good at it, it's better to Crown Fire here than not. Although you appear to have given them super armor. Thinking.
No worries.
Yeah, so he gave him super armor, so you just decided to run away for a bit. But yeah, it's just timing based, that fight. You just have to run away for a bit. No matter how many of them you kill, you don't end the fight any faster. We just do it to gain usage on Crown Fire. The more usage we get, the cheaper it is. The better it is. Not that we really need it either way, but hey, whatever you can get, may as well take it. There's no time to be lost unless you die, which is possible. Sometimes they actually just clip you and they combo you until you die. And this one is completely scripted. You can't attack at all.
And that took some time. Now we can finally clap.
Easy clap. And there's a lot.
R.I.P. Dazzle.
Feels good, man. So instead of Dazzle, we get better Dazzle, namely Zavid. And the thing is, now that Dazzle has left the party, you can't do his events in the inns anymore to unlock his battle actions. Or to unlock his support talents, rather. And so instead of making Zavid versions of those skits so that they're not mutually exclusive, they were just like, you know what, when Dazzle leaves, we'll just give them the support talents that Dazzle can learn. Or that Dazzle can make other people learn. And so Mikleo learns Windstep. And that means we have double Windstep now, which makes it last twice as long. It also makes the stacks build twice as fast, but that's usually not an issue. Like, gaining stacks is not the hard part of Windstep. The hard part is keeping it up fast enough that it's not a time loss. So now instead of lasting 30 seconds, it lasts 60 seconds. And so as long as we beat a random encounter in 30 seconds or less, give or take, we are saving time refreshing our Windstep with random encounters. And a lot of the places we go to, the random encounters weak enough, we can just instantly destroy them as soon as Crown Fire touches them. For now, we have to fight Mr. Kitty Bid here. The first phase here is you just have to do a decent amount of damage to him. It doesn't last immensely long, because Rose is actually decent at DPS with Crown Fire. And there's no nuances, you just keep doing Crown Fires until he takes enough for the phase to change. There's nothing to worry about other than just keep doing the thing. The other ones have a couple quirks to them that make it faster to do other things. Or not necessarily other things, but things you have to keep in mind to do them as quickly as possible. Yeah, this phase is battling.
That was pretty quick, actually. 400 Chrome Fires.
Yeah, that's good gear, dude. And after the first phase, Rose and her Seraph, because the Seraph needs to be bound to a human to be in combat, leave the party. So you have to be Saray. Which makes this phase kind of slower. Now there is a really weird quirk to this fight's trigger to finish. I really have no clue why it's a thing, considering the previous phase is completely fine. And that is, there's a text trigger. Like, it's basically scripted. After you do a certain amount of damage again, some text stuff will happen. And once the text stuff happens, the phase ends. But if you're armatized, the phase will not end until you de-armatize. I guess it's because in the cutscene he grabs Lila and he's like, I bodied. So at the end here, during this tech stuff, Shin de-armatizes to skip the phase, to make the phase end sooner. And the final phase is just Saray. And Lila again, but dang, didn't do the counter. But it ends in one of two ways. You can die on Saray, and it'll end. Or you can Lion's Howl him, and he will MA you and kill you. And that'll end it. Lion's Howling him is really, really slow. Usually what happens is Heldolf at the very beginning uses his counter attack, we slap it with Saray, and he instantly murders us in the face. But he chose not to do the counter attack, so it took 2 hits.
No.
So now we're in...
Now we go fast.
Yes, now we run very, very fast for the rest of the game, basically. As long as Shin doesn't mess up. And we have a whole bunch of quote-unquote side questing, aka actually required, but feel like side quests to do. First place is Lady Lake. It's a whole bunch of triggers we need to do here. To gain access to Irish gems and just this other stuff. But we run super fast, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, unfortunately this maid doesn't spawn until you leave the area. For whatever godforsaken reason. So you have to leave, come back, run all the way back over here, speak to the maid, and you have to go back over this way again. And then you have to speak to this guy. That specific merchant, for some reason, is part of the quest that you have to do. Solid getting caught on NPCs there.
I feel when Star is faster than Velvet.
Yeah, and then just refresh your win step here and there. Make sure it doesn't run out.
Also,
yeah,
Mel's
despite...
favorite Irish gem quest.
So like, oh yeah, this is definitely my favorite one.
Of course it is.
Are you at least gonna get in the posse?
Maybe.
I believe in you. I believe in you, dude. You can do it. But yeah, as Shin says, despite Velvet fighting with her legs, so they have to be more developed than Saray, she runs like half the speed. Feels bad. Saray just crosses the entire world in like 5 minutes. Velvet takes like an hour. Yeah, the annoying thing about this particular side quest, why it's my favorite one, is it's really, really slow. You kind of just have to follow this kid around, and you're in cutscene mode the entire time. You're just really, really slow. Like, you can run until you get within a certain distance, and then it forces you to walk, because you're supposed to be tailing him, even though you can go in front of him. It's mega questionable design here, but it's whatever. Plot reasons. Alright, Shin, I believe. Get in the posse. So the only fun you can derive from this, like, these kids here, there's a group of 4 of them, and by making use of the properties where if you're stood still when a set of walking NPCs in an interactive cutscene connects with you, they go right through you. So if you can stand still in front of them, they can run through you, and then once you get inside, you let go. Yeah. You let go, and you get in the posse. Yeah. And they'll just gladly push you along. Until about... yeah. Wait, they push you out. Easy posse. Actually, a lot harder than it looks as well.
Yeah, it is actually quite hard.
Yeah. So, one of your win step characters leaves the party here. I'm not sure. I don't remember which one. So, what it does is it resets your win fresh timer, or your win step timer, to 30 seconds. Which is why it looked like half of his win step disappeared out of nowhere there. It's because they rejoined the party. So, to refresh it so that it doesn't run out, you just run back into the market just to refill it before you continue. And then you remember to grab the Irish gem. And you remember to interact with it twice if you don't get it the first time. There we go. I'm sure we've all forgotten that at least once. For some reason, the first time you talk to it, doesn't pick it up. Stupid cutscenes. Now, I don't know the exact order that Shin does all of the Irish gems. I only know the beginning part, because the goal is just to get to Logren without losing wind step, with as few encounters as possible. And this is mostly because I did most of my runs using gamepad, which requires you do a different route, because you can't run as fast. So your wind step runs out easier. And the few keyboard runs I did, I didn't bother learning the new one, but that much faster. It's like a 10, 20, maybe 30-second optimization.
Every run uses just like a different one.
Yeah. But what matters is that you don't drop your wind step. If you drop your wind step, you have to visit a town just to refill it. And that can take some really annoying amounts of time, depending on what events you have and haven't done. Gets in the second posse. Speak to the kid. But yeah, as I say, the first goal here is to get to Logren without losing it. And Logren is the best shop in the game, by far. But the shops level up in this game. They have up to 5 stars, which go up in half-star increments, depending on how much Gald you switches hands when you're in that shop. And after rank 4, there's some more advanced gear starts spawning in that shop. Or in all shops, really, but the Logren stuff is important because of a certain few pieces of gear that are really, really good. And at rank 6, a thing called Arcane Bottles spawns in the shop. And they restore 2 BG. So most of the Gald we've been picking up has been to set up to get rank 4 and 6 in the shops as soon as possible. Or in the shop as soon as possible.
The movement here with keyboard is really tight to get to Logren without any encounters.
Yeah. Luckily on gamepad this isn't so bad because there's a bunch of encounters along the path here before your wind step runs out. And you only need one of them to be reasonably good. And basically if you are forced to take an encounter, the flower scorpions in the desert here just die instantly to crown fire. Like legitimately 2 crown fires kills them, and crown fire has huge AoE, as we all know by now. So there's that option, but there's a couple other things that die really quickly to them. But with keyboard, as you can see, you can just make the entire journey to the town in one set of wind step. Though it is very important that you don't drop it. It's more important to not drop wind step than it is to skip the encounter. But Shin's good enough at this by now. He's done enough runs to not drop the wind step.
Yep.
So there's a few things in this town we want to grab. The Fire Norman, which gives you fire damage. 10% fire damage. Which, Crown Fire is fire and wind elementals. Those are the 2 that matter. But only fire is in here, so... So yeah, we're going to sell a bunch of stuff here, because, as I said earlier, the level of the shop goes up with the amount of Gald that changes hands. It's not specifically how many things you buy. It goes up with selling as well. So by selling everything that's not particularly useful, just gives us more gold to use, and it makes more gold change hands as well. And then check the actual shop itself for anything useful. Doesn't look like there's much.
Okay.
And then with the remaining Gald, just to get rank 4, you buy and sell gels until you get rank 4. There we go. There's rank 4. Basically, the next time the shop refreshes, there will be like unique so to speak, equipment in the shop. Possibly, depending on RNG. It's a shop. The shops are all RNG. Flower Scorpion.
I don't know why, but that Scorpion is literally missing frames, like 10.
It's just, there's a technique, it's running diagonally. You move at full speed in both directions if you input diagonally on a keyboard. Because they were lazy.
Okay, am I a leader on? Yeah, okay, changed.
So we fight like one of the hardest Irish gem, or one of the hardest quests first. This isn't even an Irish gem one, but it is spawn. This is like one of the hardest fights in the game, actually, especially on higher difficulties. This is, other than like post-game stuff, this is the highest physical attack in the game. But Crown Fire, so we don't care.
We can actually float this big guy.
That said, if he slaps you, you die. So it is a dance with death the entire time. There is a higher DPS technique than just spamming Crown Fire like this, using Rain of Fire, as I said earlier. But it is risky. If you do the Rain of Fire in slightly wrong timing, and he slaps you, you die. So it's not worth going for if your Crown Fires are already doing enough damage. Which Shinzar, he has a million stats. He has really good gear. So I don't believe one of those Crown Fires whiffed. He must have been really far away compared to how...
Yep. He's getting pushed a little to the left.
Ugh. Yeah, depth perception is really hard against this guy. It looks like he's way closer than he is, because he's so big.
Oh no, don't go there now.
I'm actually surprised you don't take a step closer. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, you want to maintain this kind of distance. We can deal with being a little closer, but too much closer and he can just slap you. Which, as discussed, if he slaps you, you die.
I think there was only one time where I survived, barely, from the slap.
Yeah. Yeah, not only is he directly on the way, he doesn't get particularly faster no matter how late you do it. It's better to just do it along the way. And he gives you a hell of a lot of EXP. Like, you'll notice, oh well, you might have noticed it says AP increased by 2 there. For every level up Soraya gets, you get an AP. So that gave us 2 levels, which is quite a lot of EXP in this game, at this point in the game. Because the EXP curve is quite steep. And levels are fairly important moving forward, because there's another art we want to learn on Fire Armatus, which is why we learnt the Fusion Fancier title earlier. Yeah, the gameplay is pretty good for Zestiria, to be honest. Especially in speedrun conditions. It looks a lot easier to do what Shin is doing than it really is. Like, this stuff is actually insanely difficult. You miss a single input and you just instantly die. It's very punishing, and it's very easy to miss inputs by tiny amounts. So the dungeon Shin's going into here is entirely... There's no, like, quote-unquote side quest in here. This is actually just a side. But there's a lot of really good stuff in here that pays off, basically. Despite the fact that we have to dive into a dungeon for like 2 or 3 minutes, we gain more than that time off of what we gain from diving into this dungeon. Namely, we get about 80,000 gold.
And a gold key, which lets us open one more chest.
And the gold key.
Which contains a good lava weapon.
Yeah. And an elixir. The end of the...
Oh yeah, that too.
Pretty sure that's in gold chest.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. Like, there being really broken things in a game does not mean its gameplay is not good. And speedruns, you can't judge whether a game's gameplay is good based on a speedrun. Like, ever.
Give me the zombie! I don't want to have the rates.
So yeah, there's certain enemies you do and do not want to fight against in this dungeon to refresh your win step. Good ones are the zombies here. Both types of golems are pretty good as well. The wraiths are awful, so they're really hard to get multiple of them at the same time at ground fire. They don't die immensely quickly either. And I think there's one more that's like absolutely awful that you absolutely never want to deal with. But zombies are typically the best. They move very slowly, so they stay clumped together. And ground fire just melts them in the head. Yeah, there's the gold key. You have to grab that first before we can open the other. And then there's 20,000 gold over here. And in the final room, there's 6 chests with 10,000 gold in them each. And if anyone broke this game, you'll recognize this room. Because this is what you use to farm money. There's 6 chests in a high level area. All in like the same place. And so you can refresh treasure chests in this game. You can refresh treasure chests and they spawn like random consumables or sometimes gear based on the original contents of the chest and how like high quote unquote level the dungeon is. Or they can spawn a mimic. Oh, the direct appeal.
Jaloping.
So you don't need to find a direct appeal paperwork in this shop anymore. We found one in a gold chest at some point that I accidentally overlooked in routing one time. And whoops. But yeah. So now he's just gonna buy and sell gels for a bit to get up to level 6. It's very, very important. Because it makes arcane bottles spawn in the shop.
Also, that top is
so.
forehead Rangus.
And arcane bottles are incredibly important for some of the strats moving forward. Well, I say some of the strats, like a couple of the strats moving forward. Especially one, where we want to spam NAs in the face of one another.
Oh.
Oh?
What tower? I'm gonna change the order. I'm not supposed to do this right now, but whatever. If it's not wrong, get dagger right away. Just my win step management is gonna be different a bit.
What, do you normally get the dagger after the win step? After, like, doing something, or?
Supposed to go to Ferris. Then Verb, then Logren, and then Wetland.
I see. That doesn't really matter, though.
No.
You probably don't have to do any extra fights or anything, so...
Nope. Win step is gonna be fine.
Yeah, win step's usually fine. Like, worst case scenario, you can just take an extra encounter, right? It's like 15-20 seconds time loss. Worst. Depending on where you take the fight. So in this dungeon, if you have to refresh your win step, the fight you want is the trees. This dungeon is so low level that any of the encounters are fine, but the trees are really, really large and they come in very small numbers, so they basically have no way to dodge ground fire. They're also really slow, so ground fire will always clip them, like no matter what they do. So they just kind of die instantly, and they all die together, like a real family.
Like a real family.
But sometimes you don't have the choice on what fight you take. Sometimes you just have to take what you get given. It doesn't really matter at this part of the game, as I say. It's a really low level. You could have come in here ages ago to get this Irish gem. We are way stronger than we need to be to do so. It's not like the optional dungeon we did just now.
No, this whole run is all about Rangus.
What the heck, dude? Stop it.
All the Ranguses, dude.
Dude, stop it. You hacker. So there's one really spooky. This scorpion dude is really, really spooky. I don't think he can ever catch you as long as you're paying attention, but you always get dumped right in front of him. Like, ah.
Yeah, sometimes he's actually standing on the Irish gem. You can do nothing about it. Just wait.
It's alright. You won't get Elder Garden. I can rest easy.
Of course. That's my luck with Elder Garden lately.
So for those not in the know, probably basically everybody. That is, Elder Garden is a piece of gear that can appear in the Logan shop. It's a torso piece for female characters. Gives you a fair amount of A attack.
That was the best encounter.
I love how you just dodged the peacock. Gives you a fair amount of A attack. But most importantly, it gives you an extra combo stage in the first slot skill, which for Groundfire stuff is really, really good, because it means you can... the deeper you go into like combo stages, the faster your spells cast. So it makes you really, really powerful, especially like moving forwards like quite far. The first Elder Break is really, really important, and then the second one significantly less so. But two is still like really, really good. And then sometimes you have a run where you get 5 of them. You're like. Also, this is the dungeon where if you don't skip the cutscene that we skipped ages ago in Lastenbell by doing the teleport from save point to save point thing, you have to speak to like 8 different NPCs, and it just costs minutes of time if you don't do it properly.
Okay, time to visit Logan.
But this bird is another enemy that we've technically had access to for a very long time, so the boss was just really, really easy.
Nope, don't see anything good. I can't believe this. Okay, no.
Yep. So we're teleporting back to Logren quite often here for checking the shop.
Wait, no.
And buying arcane bottles. Teleporting costs gold in this game, so you don't want to grab a bunch of gold and then teleport a bunch of times and then spend it after that. You want to sort of stagger how often you go to the shop to spend your gold. And then here's Goblin King, so another one we have to kill. Goblin Lord, whatever.
Goblin King.
This one can be spooky. It can do some real spooky damage out of nowhere if you let it, but it just gets Crown Fire looped if you do it properly. He is really fast though. So
Yeah.
one of very few enemies who can just kind of dodge ground fire. You usually won't, just because you're supposed to position yourself so that he can't get around you. But
wait, what?
sometimes you don't have the choice. Bodied. Strength regression. Chat doing the thing it always does when there's a Zestiria speedrun. Feels good, man.
Chat never changes.
Yeah, we just run to this save point to teleport away because it's like lets you get the herb as well. So in the next fight, we get to use a strat that's not just crown fire over and over again. Well, it does make use of crown. Unfortunately, you don't have any extra combo stages, so damage will be a little lower. But it's whatever. It's more important to make sure you're doing things right. Wait, are you the right level?
Wait, was that? Oh, yeah.
Okay. I can't remember if it's 28 or 29.
Wait a moment, I need to check Rose. Okay.
What?
Never mind, never mind. I just confused myself
What did
there.
you do, dude?
I don't know. I was thinking I had the older dagger equipped, but nah.
Oh,
in the case,
okay.
It's just like the Zestiria dagger actually got the snack tag as well this time.
Oh. I see.
No, I don't want to take these. Oh dear, I have to take them.
Yeah, they're pretty good. That's the big. Oh, you're. I see. You mean?
I probably
Right,
should have taken
delay.
the Cyclops.
Yeah, I would have taken those for sure. That's what I thought you were talking about. Like, wait, Shin, that's the correct encounter though. You always have to take encounters in this place anyway. So. Yeah, these are like the ones you want to avoid usually. They are the most threatening and they are the longest encounter. The Cyclops guys rather, just kind of fall over and die when you do a thing. And then here's the Lindwer Norman, one of the most useful ones. The end game. A lot of dragon bosses moving forward. And grab an arcane bottle as well. Shoutouts to the Cyclops. Walking the path.
Slow poked Cyclops.
Yeah, the reason I would have taken the Cyclops in the first is because you usually have to take 2 encounters and stuff like that.
Yeah, fun thing, I actually usually do take there an encounter because that's where my one step technically drops. But not this time, since different stuff.
No, doesn't matter. End of the day. Didn't die. The most important thing in this game is not dying in random. Game overs you. Can't retry. Nope. Now it's time to do a somewhat spooky strat. Where we crown fire and then we proc weakness after using crown fire, which is technically a gap, but we just barely have the time to do it before the guy hits us, and then we interrupt him with the weakness hitting heart. This is the highest DPS you can kind of do on this guy. And there's a decent chance of stun as well. But if you mess it up at all, you can take a chunk of damage, like Shin just did. Just do stuff slightly too slow, or time something slightly wrong. Yeah, like there's nothing he could have done about the foot there. He just,
oh dear. Oh,
the timing just didn't line up.
Also want to get out of here.
Yeah, I would. Oof. Yep. Yeah, you don't really want to get caught in the corner. This. He's not immensely threatening, but still just not a good time.
No stun. Oh well.
It's okay, you still have the BG for Spheno. So basically, if you get a stun in that fight, you just like murder him in the head, because of how the how high our stats are now and how the damage formula and stuff works.
All right, time for
oh, you're grabbing that one. I see.
Sorry, reporting for duty.
Still mad you didn't grab the top knot.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, so most of the Irish gems are out of the way now. 3 left. 2 bosses and 1 that's just out there. I might be forgetting one.
Yo, I'm gonna grab this. Even though I already purchased one, but that has window. No. Don't have it.
It's definitely worth buying.
No.
I would have also sold some stuff. Okay, yeah, you did. Good.
No. Grabbing that arcane.
Yep. Gald management, boys. Yeah, you can tell when 2 runners know what they're doing when they both suggest the same thing. Or well, when one suggests a thing and the other guy's already doing it. So you have to deliver these peacock feathers to this guy. Luckily, you don't have to speak to him before you can go and just murder them, because that would cost some win step, and it would make this a lot more tight. But you can just grab the peacock feathers and then speak to the guy, even though you don't know you need the peacock feathers yet. Oh, right, we haven't done this one yet. I knew I was forgetting one. Just because I do the city ones sooner, because I have to keep win step into Logren. That's why it's harder for me to remember. Like, this is probably the biggest difference between mine and yours. I do Logren like right at the start, you do it like right at the end.
Oh, poor guy. There we go.
Oh, this guy. Oh, this guy. It's really hard to speak to this guy. Like, straight up. It looks really easy to speak to that guy. It's really not.
Well, at least I have enough money to do an rest.
I should hope so.
There was once where I actually had barely enough for the cheapest option then.
Keyboard is its own category in Zestiria, just because of the keyboard movement glitch. It's not just that it's faster, it changes like enemy dodging and stuff like that. So.
Hey, at least we have 2 runners, not a single one.
Yeah. Well, there's actually been free people do runs on keyboard. I just never submitted.
Oh yeah.
They weren't good enough for me to justify submitting. I would have. There wasn't any on board, but there's 2 on there. Yeah.
Ugh.
Keyboard moving 1.41 times faster without win step is very big deal. Sacred inscription.
I don't know how to avoid that one.
There's no way to avoid it.
No way, okay.
Yeah, there's no way to avoid it. I usually grab it when I'm here the first time. Well, not the first time, the second time. When you're here to fight Medusa. Yeah, there's just what, Dirt Leech left, and then the Aqueducts, and
Mona, Dirt Leech, and Steno.
have you done Cambria?
Nope, I'm gonna do that right now.
Yeah. I'm glad I still mostly remember all of them, despite not running this game in quite a long time. I know all the mechanics inside out, but this type of stuff is like very easy to forget it all, to be honest.
Yeah. So let's dash and seize Caparos. Oh, whatever.
So Cambria Caverns is one of the most like awkward wind step management places in the entire game. Oh,
I should
nice,
be
dude.
fine. I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's fine. Because it's really long. Like, just that alone makes it kind of awkward to deal with sometimes. But it's what routing is for. And again, on keyboard you have different leeways compared to gamepad. So different spots are hard. Some spots are harder, some spots are easier. If I'm not mistaken, Cambria is slightly more lenient. Because in gamepad, really, really, really hard to do it with one encounter. Well, I say one encounter. I assume you take a second one before you teleport away.
I do
Oh,
this
do you not?
with only one.
I see.
This might be a bit tight.
I guess that's mostly because of the order, though. Cause the next one you do is really close when you teleport away, whereas the one I used to do was fairly far.
Should be fine.
I'm pretty sure you're fine, dude.
Oh,
Although I don't know how far you have to travel.
well, the ruins.
Yeah,
should be fine. Yeah.
I probably would have taken an extra encounter there just to be safe, because, as I said earlier, it's more important to maintain your wind step than it is to not take extra encounters. Like, taking 2 extra encounters is probably better than dropping your wind step. Depending on where you drop it. If you drop it at the start of a dungeon, then you you basically may as well have taken like 6 encounters. So Shin's gonna fish for stuns here, because it just ends the fight basically instantly. But just not getting one, as usual.
Man, it's been a while since I got one. That's the worst move. The slowest one.
You just keep spamming the wacky arms, yeah.
Okay.
Stupid Dryad.
I should start casting she's thing too.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree. So, crown firing, this boss is hit or miss. It's usually fine for the most part, but sometimes he just doesn't care. Yeah, like that. Either way, you're not in any immense danger. This is another one of those fights that's been around for a fair amount of time. Yeah, it's a dryad. There's a person inside.
Okay, next up, Dirt Leech.
Yeah, Dirt Leech, the best boss in the game.
Best hitbox.
Yep, most well-designed enemy in the game. Yeah, there's some stupid things about the Leech enemies in this game that are quite funny. Not only is it really hard to hit them with normal combos, because just like certain parts will just whiff. Like Scorched Valley, if you're too close, will actually just appear behind it and just won't hit at all. And if you use Firearm Attis's MA, Flambeau, which is a 4-hit Mystic Art, one of the hits just whiffs entirely.
The very first
despite
one.
it being a Mystic Art. Yeah, despite it being a Mystic Art, one just completely whiffs. It's like, well, what even is the point? Yeah, good design. One of the things about this Dirt Leech fight that I didn't know until like my third pass of rerouting is you need to have the Sneaky Feet talent equipped to start the fight. I was mid-routing and I ran up on it after changing Rose to Snack Prep as a routing idea. And it ran away. I'm like, wait, what? I tried a couple other things. I'm like, wait, what? And I changed it back and I'm like, wait, are you serious? So, despite having already played the game for like 300 hours at this point, I learned something new. Video games. So yeah, it goes super high when you do that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, you can see Tower of Blood just whiffs as well. Scorch Valley just whiffing as usual. Like, Dirt Leech is just unfortunate sometimes.
Feels Dirt Leech,
His hitbox is awful. Also, it's a dragon, by the way. In case it wasn't obvious.
Well, what tower had to kill like that? No stuns.
It's okay, you didn't want to stun anyway.
Yeah, the next fight I really want to stun. Probably won't get it.
Yeah, the next fight is the really important. Because the next fight is incredibly slow if you don't get a stun. A lot less slow than it used to be, because for a long time, all of the routes of this game just didn't like micromanage titles to learn arts at the right times, so we didn't have Tower of Blood. And Tower of Blood is really, really, really good. And the fact that you've already seen it a few times, even though we have Ground Fire, it's like, wait, you have Ground Fire, but you're using other odds? Yeah, Tower of Blood's good too. If that hit you, I was gonna laugh so hard. I know it wasn't gonna, but I still would have laughed. So this is like somewhat a copy of the Medusa fight, except she has a skill that stops or reduces knockback. Yeah, nice. Got the stun. Are you gonna double MA?
No.
Oh, you didn't have to be G4 anyway. One shot. Well, you weren't one shot if you had an elixir.
Either way. Pretty good.
Pretty good fight. Got the stun, so she just took a huge amount of damage. Yeah, like that fight, the MA there saved like a good minute. Or the stun there, rather. Saved a good minute. Because, especially with the amount of Rangus that Shin has on his characters right now, he has like... If we include the ones from the title, he's probably got like the maximum of 10 or something. There's 2 on Lida's title, 2 on Rose's title, Probably. I'm actually not sure what levels the titles are. Might only be 2 on Rose and 1 Saray.
Why the way fell the Winter Sword or Topaz Sword with Rangus? For Tiamat, probably this Topaz one will be better, right?
Yeah, the Rangus one. Better. Depending on how much Rangus you have, but yeah, Rangus is almost always better. I'm assuming you don't have like 6 Rangus.
No, I have like 3.
Because that would be... yeah, exactly. Rangus is always better unless you're already at the Rangus cap, which is 10. But you have 4 from titles, so at 6, you're not actually getting anything more from Rangus.
Anyway, break time, BRB.
Yeah, so a long time ago at the start of this run, I was talking about the interactive cutscenes and the fact that there was one that was about 8 minutes long. Yeah. Yeah, this takes forever. It's like 8 full minutes. Yes. It is confirmed that the Afro provides a lower amount of air resistance, which makes Saray run faster. Because physics. And the real answer is no. Because memes. Yeah, the screen is flashing because this is a PC game and it's just coded dodgy. Sometimes. It's not it's not like the stream or anything, don't worry. It's just this area. It's questionable. Sometimes. It's just the polygons freaking out random ways.
What was happening here?
And just polygons flipping out.
Just the usual zesty.
Yeah. Yeah, this screen is pretty bad for it. There's a couple other screens that are really bad for it, but this one in particular. Yeah, massive plot dump here that I still don't know, despite having been forced to watch it a whole bunch of times.
Me neither, I just don't pay attention here.
Yeah, I just look away, I start like checking Twitter, I read the Discord. It's like... I would like to take time to point out that Edna is wearing the better color. You can marvel in its glory.
At least you get to see her a few times.
Base Edna color sucks. No, that's not an afro.
Nah.
Definitely not. Damn it, chat. So at the very least, after this, we have like one of the hardest parts of the game, which we somewhat affectionately, somewhat hatingly call the Trinity. Although there's one boss before that. They're all frustrating in their own ways. But at the very least, we are coming to the final stretch of the game where, like, for a while we've been doing like really easy stuff after the mid game, like the trials. The game gets really easy again for a while, where Crownfire just starts carrying you, and you fight a bunch of stuff that that you have had access to for a long time, which is all the Iris Gem stuff. That stuff's all dealt with now, so we're back on difficulty curve, I guess. Which means we're gonna get a nice big difficulty spike right in the face. Probably like, I would say it's the last difficulty spike, because everything from here onwards is difficult overall. In different ways. Some of the stuff's like really easy overall, but if you make a mistake, you just instantly die. Yeah, it's lower air resistance. Afros are very aerodynamic. Also known as no memes.
No. No fun allowed.
Alright, now we get to skip the rest of these. Well, I say the rest of these cutscenes. That's not strictly true. There's one left that you can't skip, but you get to skip a few. Oh, two left. Right, I forgot about this one. This one always gets me though, because you have to walk the...
This kid is skippable here.
Yeah, where you have to walk backwards there, where it's weird. If you know the area from later on in the game, it makes sense. But just like looking at the screen, having not know when you don't know the area from later, like when you can actually freely explore it, it's a lot harder to realize where you have to go.
Alright, break time over.
Pog. Now we fight best boss, Maven. It's actually pretty fun to fight. He can snipe you out of nowhere if you're not careful. But there's certain setups you can do to just force him into the corner all the time, no matter what he does.
Oh. Hit me, hit me. There we go.
Do you have no EVG?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately because he had no BG, he is now on the other side of Maven, so Maven will not get looped forever. Well, he'll get looped forever, but it's a lot harder when he's not in the corner.
Fawn King. That was too early. Maybe, please.
That's right in the final. Oh. So the one thing about Maven is basically all of his moves stun you like every single time they touch you. Almost. Like, he actually just doesn't care. Now it's really fortunate that he got hit so early, because after about 50% of his HP is gone, if he hits you, he will MA you clean. and yeah, you ain't surviving that.
You ain't surviving any MA in this game.
But yeah, like, he doesn't use the stunning arts nearly as often once he's low HP though. He starts using like Lantern, it's unblockable, and Crate is also unblockable, a massive circle around him. But Crate has some utility for you, the player, but we don't need to use it because we get a BG refresh before we get Rose back, and Sorey has full BG still. But basically what you can do in Crate is you can manually step it throughout the entire duration, and you will go from minimum BG up to having like 7. It's great.
Ooh, that looked spoopy.
Oh. I mean, you can always just backstep. Yeah, Crate doesn't really kill you anyway, unless he MAs you.
Yep.
So we shoot Mikleo this time, except we don't act, I think, is how that cutscene goes. Else Mikleo would die, probably, based on the fact that Dezel died when we shot him earlier.
I don't even know why.
But Maven dies. Rip Maven.
Yep, RIP Maven. You technically could say he's from Berserker since of his stunning chance rate. None other boss stuns that often like Maven.
Oh, there's a couple. I can stun you that much. Just not in the plot. No, a couple of the super bosses in Final Dungeon will stun you if they touch you. Now we get to walk along the bridge. So, one thing I guess I never mentioned about the teleport system in this game is if there's cutscene triggers either on top of the save point or that you have to see on the way to the save point, you often just can't teleport to the save point. So you had to run across the bridge here to see the cutscenes so that you could get past it from the next save point. So kind of clanny stuff, but yeah, as you can see, Bro's got a BG refresh, so then you don't really need to step the Crate unless you plan on MAing Maven, which is technically optimal if you don't get a stun. Just because by the time he's using Crate, he's probably within MA range in most cases. And so here we're preparing Sorey for combat because Rose is about to leave for a bit, which is part of what makes the Trinity so hard. 2 of the bosses, you just don't have Rose, which means your DPS goes down by about half at this point in the game. Because Sorey just doesn't have the gear options that Rose does. And his base A attack is significantly lower as well. Not to mention he hasn't been on the A attack the entire game, so less high rank. At the very least, one of them is fairly easy as long as the strat goes as we want. The problem is getting the strat to go as we want, because it's a stun strat, so it's entirely RNG based as usual. But we can hope and pray, and maybe get the stun.
Here's another NPC train, our good boy Sergey.
Yep. This is like the last train in the game. Unfortunate. But our boy is willing to push us down the slope. Whilst our cape doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Physics, boys. Like how you got caught in the random NPC.
Yeah, he just fixed my position.
He's not pushing us past the trigger. We have to wait for him at the door before we can go through the door. So you may as well just have him push. Yeah, it's an auto-scroller. You can't exit the door until he's walked out of the door. You can walk to the door and wait for him there. It's more effort, just having him push you. So strat coming up here can go anywhere from to massive Clown Fiesta disaster in the span of about 2 seconds. So we'll hope for the former, where if you land a stun nice and fast, he just dies. If you don't, he just doesn't, and he can just kill you. It's really hard to deal with his stuff. Yeah, there we go. So Shin is not a high roller, and if it goes badly for Shin, he will just continue to try it.
I got cancelled.
Oh, yeah, that happens a lot. So, unfortunately, like that, the stun doesn't last very long. So if there's a bunch of undead ads in this fight that are spamming like orbs of darkness at Shin here, and they will interrupt your hidden arts, which is what we're using to stun him. And you have to be mid-art to use Mystic Art, and they have to be staggered. Stagger isn't such an issue, but if they interrupt your art, as they just did, it's really, really difficult to get the MAL. Which is why usually it's a case of you get it straight away, and it goes perfectly. Or you don't get it at all. What I do, because I'm a high roll boy, is if I don't get the stun, I don't heal at all whilst Sergei slaps me and whilst I tank the orbs, and if I die, I die. I try again. But Shin is taking the safer option here.
I thought you were gonna say about the titles, equipping the melee ones, like physical attack. They do increase that stun chance at the start of the fight.
Yeah, it does make the stun chance higher, but at the end of the day, it's not immensely significant.
No, don't go there.
But that was the easiest one, because they put you in there with Solo Soray. And the thing with Solo Soray is when you're armatized, if an enemy kills you, it will just kill you. And you lose right then. No option, no availability to revive. And I think by this point in development, they had realized that the options in combat in this game are armatize or armatize. Because being unarmatized is just too weak, frankly. The phase 1 of the next fight is similar in that you're solo Soray, but phase 1 doesn't last very long. And there's some safe options to deal with it. Well, I think Shin will probably use the normal option, do the crown fire stuff. But yeah, it's just some spooky stuff that can happen. It can just instantly kill you. As most things at this point in the game can. Oh, and I forgot about this fight existing. I didn't mean this fight. I mean the next one. It's hard to remember this fight exists because it's so fast.
No, for the actual fight.
I would argue that the burst area multiplayer is because of usability issues, but yeah. The camera is still awful, but all of the hit stop disappears, so the game runs way faster than it's supposed to. But yeah, Shin's just doing the normal method. I guess because of how Shin's route is instructed. He doesn't get nearly as many arcane bottles. Oh, no, never mind. I'm just gonna MA him.
Yeah, your fault. You got stunned. Well, either way, probably MA eventually.
Yeah.
Oh,
you wouldn't do that if you weren't good.
Thank you, game.
What?
For being kind to me. It's been a while since I got the stun on this lad.
I mean, it's fairly rare. You don't really need it either. Like, to be honest. You massively overkill him if you get the stun. You know there. So here we're gonna switch to Rose instantly because screw playing Sorey is actually just awful. As I said earlier, his DPS at this point in the game with Crown Fires is legitimately like half what it can do because of Rose's gear options and her title being better at this point. Armatus is the fusion stuff. It's not just the main character who can do it, Rose can do it as well. Only those two. And Sorey is significantly worse than Rose at casting spells overall.
Rose can equip double daggers and have the higher level on A8 title.
Yeah. Female torso pieces are usually better alt attack as well.
Yeah, that too.
Like, male torso has the best physical attack one in the game, with the Kingly having about 100. Lots of the female exclusive torsos give you alt attack. There's like 3 or 4 of them just in the stuff you can get in the plot, in the shops. Like the Crimson Veil and then one of the metal ones.
Alright, to the battlefield.
Well, we switch to Rose whenever we have Rose. More or less.
Yeah, that's the fight Rose comes back for a short time.
Yeah. The Trinity here, these 3 bosses, Sergei, Lunar, and the one that's coming up here, Maltran. You only have Rose for Lunar because it's like a clearing up the plot arcs of the sub characters, Sergei, Alicia, and Rose, who are like the 3 main characters after Sorey. So you only have Rose for her own arc. She comes back after, and she comes back very, very strong, more or less. Now, unfortunately, on this one, because of plot reasons, once you pick up Alicia from her house here to the fight, you have to walk all the way to the boss, because for some reason they turn teleporting off, despite there not being cutscenes in the way. Just have to run the entire way. Luckily, we have Windstep, still, as we have the entire time. Nice stun.
Thanks.
I'm surprised you even attacked it, to be honest.
I don't know, they did do nothing. They usually don't do anything.
It's not burst area, so attacking won't make them attack. But yeah, these guys kind of just instantly die as you don't drop the combo. They are incredibly threatening when they get below like 25% HP.
They have the lightning cast, right?
Yeah, they have lightning blast, and if you're remotely close to them, when they will instantly hit you. It will do like 6k, like straight up.
Oh yeah, I forgot one thing. I'm to steal the boots from Alicia.
Yep. Alicia, at the very least, Alicia gets a gear upgrade, even though all of her gear is really, her base stats are really sucky. But the boots that other people can equip, we can just rob them, and they're usually better than the boots that you have, unless you get a set of topaz ones in the Logran shop, which is not immensely common.
Ah, this guy.
Squirrel. Squirrel.
Squirrel.
God bless.
Squirrel.
So at this point, funnily enough, if you get into an encounter in the open, like, plain bit here, it's better to just Sonic Thrust. Kill them. They'll die just as fast. It's different in the corridors here. It's faster to armatize with Mikleo, because the automatic banish will actually just murder everything. But he didn't get into the proper corridor yet. Jesus. Shouldn't have considered not.
Can they stop? Okay, I'm escaping this one.
So I made a prediction. I made a prediction earlier that Shin would get caught by a squirrel here. I was wrong, but it turned out I wasn't actually wrong.
They stopped spawning next to the wall.
Yeah, it turns out I wasn't actually wrong, and he, I was just talking about the future. Holy, Jesus Christ. That's 4.
Come
That's
on.
4. Come on, dude. Just dodge.
Oh, they literally spawned right in front of me.
In the words of Piccolo.
Piccolo.
Dodge. You don't understand what I mean, but chat does.
Dragon Ball Z stuff again?
Oh yeah. Well, Deep Z abridged. But yeah. Jesus Christ, Shin. I don't believe you just got caught by 4 of those.
I don't believe that myself.
Okay, so Maltran here is like the biggest wall for most people in casual playthroughs, I think. And most people just didn't struggle to win this fight, which is reasonable. She's got some extreme stuff. Basically, the Grongod. No, nice.
Yeah, if only I had the BG.
Imagine, well, I mean, you could have banished.
Yeah, I guess. Kinda was too far, though. I don't like this. That's a video's on the field now.
Why?
He's dead. He's full BG, and he's not. Or maybe he'll survive. Yeah, he's dead. Ah, Maltron, where are you going?
Yeah, Maltran is another one of the... Well, she has like the most inconsistent AI in the game. Most enemies will target either like a low target or low defense target, or they'll go for whatever's closest, and Maltran will just be like, pick a random thing and kill it. But yeah, this fight's, despite Shin making it look easy, like he does make everything else look easy, Shin's really experienced this game. But it's really hard to learn how to do this fight. If she touches you, you just die. I was like halfway through planning the Grongod did some testing, or it might have been Itoshira. I think it was Itoshira actually. He blocked Maltran with max HP and a lot of defense. And the thing that lets you heal when you block. And she block stringed him for like 20 or 30,000 damage without stopping. So straight up just punched Itoshira for like 30k damage without caring. And like you can get out of that because you can step anytime you're blocking, but it just shows that she can combo for as long as she pleases. no matter what you do.
Almost sounds
She
like
just
Zavid.
has like infinite SC. And she just has like infinite SC. Well,
Oh.
Zavid's a bit different.
Hey,
He
Elder
eventually wins
Garden, the lost one.
Oh, Poggers. Bit late, but
Better
Poggers.
than never, I guess.
Oh yeah, but it'll still make armor way faster. And what's her name? Yeah, just also stocking up on arcane bolts here. So the next fight coming up is one where you need lots of...
Where is it? Oh.
You have quite a few of them though, so you're probably fine even though Zavid died. Fight.
Yeah, we need to equip this one, the Topaz one. Oh boy, I want to see this damage now.
So this next fight's strat is most of the reason we do like all of the Logrin stuff the way we do, to get as many arcane bolts as possible. All of that stuff, just for this fight, is still immensely worth it. This fight used to consistently be like 6 to 8 minutes. Before we did like all the shopping stuff in Logrin to make it less painful. Now it can be anywhere between like 40 seconds and like a few minutes depending on RNG, as usual. The fight is based on stuns, so it can take a while, but chance to stun this guy is really high, so it's likely to happen eventually. So notice how Shin backs off at the start of this fight. The reason he did that is so that the automatic banish attack that happens when you armatize did not hit Tiamat. Because it can stun him, and if you get a stun without attack, you're very sad. Because you just don't have the time to do the combo into NA. Basically, the combo, we're stopping it really short for a very specific reason. That is, the only art that can stun it is the first one, and that is Void Elemental, and then the second one hits Dragon weakness. He's weak to Void and Dragon, which means that when you get the stun, you will hit both weaknesses and then MA him, and yeah, Damahe. The plan here is to do Damahe enough times for him to die. It takes a little while. But you do only need like one stun in each phase, but as you can see, sometimes it takes a while to get the stun. Because game, please. There we go.
That's what I call damage, 23k.
Yeah. So like, you can tell how well geared out you are. Do here. 23k is really, really high. I think the lowest I've seen is like 16k. So, yeah. The state of your gear can make huge amounts of difference here. But, as I say, this fight used to take like 6 to 8 minutes. Just of slowness. Fighting remotely fair. And for this final phase, you want to have 8 BG stun, because you need to MA him twice. This one has a lot more HP than the others do. When he casts spells like this, he can't be staggered by the hidden arts of Wind Armatus, so we just hit the spell cast to make it complete faster so that we can start hitting him again.
Oh, it's over.
Yeah, I imagine it is. This is very high stats.
Don't even need to do any chrome fires, anything like that.
Yep. But yeah, unfortunately, because of the damage multiplier scaling, the second MA does less, but in this case, his stats are so high, his gear is so good that it doesn't matter.
Where's this place?
Yeah, went the wrong way.
No, yeah, definitely went the wrong way at the start.
Yeah. You can MA as long as you have BG for it. And Wind Armatus' first art is so fast that you can... Or the Wind Armatus arts as a whole do 2 neutrals, and then MA, and then do an attack, and then MA again is still stunned. Because Tiamat stuns last a fair amount of time.
Yeah, some enemies have different stun durations.
Yeah. Like in particular, the Sergei one was really, really... Which makes for issues. Sergei free, that is. Sergei 2 did not do a bad thing. Does not have the short stun. No, Sergei 1 even. Sergei 2 is a scripted fight. Yeah, now we're on the real final stretch. There's only a few bosses left. Just gotta do all of the standard Tails game. We're just about to go to the final dungeon and do all that. So we need to group up and do things and stuff. There's always some sort of joining up in town to chat and discuss the meaning of life. This is this one. At the very least, as long as Shin didn't forget it, you don't have to run much in the end part of the game here. Okay, yeah, you didn't forget it. Good. This one save point that we touched at the very beginning. Very important, because it lets you teleport straight to it here. You have to waste like 45 seconds walking if you do not touch that save point. It's a very frustrating experience. And here is the worst dungeon in the game. These trees, there's no way to avoid them. Actually, no way. The corridor is too short, or too narrow.
Wait.
So if trees appear, you're like, well, no way. The random encounters here are also somewhat threatening, so they can kill you. If you get in a really bad encounter and shit in the wrong way, or be greedy. And dying in random encounters makes you game over, so there's no retry option in random encounters.
Almost forgot to return the gear. Okay, we're good.
I love how she's still wearing the amber garment, even though you...
I think the amber garment has something good, like fire or window. I don't know.
Shrug.
Yeah, I guess it's better than nothing. Also forgot to change characters. So.
Might have Rengas, but that's not necessarily relevant right now, I don't think. So here's Cerberus. Cerberus can go really, really well or really, really... That's what he does. This is like the early game fights where we were relying on Alicia to do stuff for us, except with Saray. Where we want him to combo the Fool for us, so that we can keep it power hit and spam grab. And or if he gets a stun, we can just instantly kill it with an MA. But yeah, you can see that he takes so much damage from crowd fire. The burn really makes this easier, so Shin was pretty lucky to get one. Because it makes Soray's arts hit really, really, like, keep him stunned for a decent amount of time. Unfortunately, Soray died. Once Soray dies, sometimes there's just no way out of that.
Okay.
And he just stays dead for extended periods of time.
That wasn't too bad.
Yeah. It definitely wasn't awful. I think you should have done Rain of Fire during the initial combo way sooner to get power hit, but other than that, it was pretty fine.
Yeah.
because unless you mess with Soray's arts in the menu, he will not proc weakness for you too often. He usually eventually will, but it takes him a while. Yeah, if that fight goes badly, it just goes really, really bad. Approach it either really slowly, or... yeah, you have to approach it slowly, or die and try again, basically. Once Saray dies, he usually stays dead. So coming back to Logrin here to buy our more arcane. Refresh Windstep. We have to teleport somewhere anyway, so may as well take a side trip. So only 2 teleports instead of 1. It's not like free. It's not like you have to teleport somewhere, teleport back, and then go wherever. No. It's 2 teleports instead of 1 in rather than teleport. So it's not so bad. But as you noticed on the Cerberus fight there, our damage is insane now. For whatever reason, Rose just scales really, really well by the time you get to the Trinity. Like, I think they just stopped giving bosses defense stats or something, so everything just takes 1,000,000 damage. And also, after the Tiamat fight, Rose's title gives her a 4th combo stage all the time. So right now, Shin has 5 combo stages. He has Elder Garden and the title, which makes his spell cast much faster towards the end of his combo. So these fights can actually be really terrifying if they can get a hold on you. The thing is, they only have hidden arts and spells, and Crown Fire deals with both of those usually. Imagine getting Crown Fired by... so basically, most fights, they are optimal if you do Rain of Fire into Crown Fire. These fights, it's usually not worth it at all. The Rain of Fire is just an opening for them to hit you. Most cases.
I just did that since I prefer the Crown Fire getting off faster. Probably can do step 2.
It goes off faster if you just cast Crown Fire though, because they come up and slap you with a hidden art. And suddenly instant casts.
Well, that too, yeah.
So that's the main reason why just casting spells from default is usually the best way to deal with it. Because like if they cast a spell, your spell will usually go off first. And if you use a hidden art, they will just give you spell cast. You keep forgetting to do that, huh?
Yeah, I keep forgetting it. Switch.
So the spooky one here is Water Armata. It can actually just end you instantly if he uses the Water Hameha. The first instance of being against an enemy that can Water Hameha. And every Water Hameha in this game is really terrifying. Including the ones that you can use. It's just that Water Armatas is way worse than Fire, so in the route. Probably throw an Arcane Ball as well in this fight.
You think so?
Yeah.
Run.
Just in case you die. If you die with 2 BG, you won't be able to revitalize an Armatas.
What about 3?
Still not enough. You need to have 4. Because it
Okay.
halves your BG. It halves your BG and then halves your BG again, so you need 1.
Well, either way, I'll need the BG for encounters in Artorias Throne.
Yeah. And that's like the main reason. Like, you have Arcane Bolts. There's no Tiamat to save Arcane Bolts for anymore. Not fitting when she tried to cross Crown Fire at you. Actually, it might have been Burning Strike. I don't think she has Crown Fire, so.
What about Hell's Gate? Don't think she does
Hell's
that
Gate.
too.
I'm pretty sure Hell's Gate is pure wind. It was a wind fire art. You can tell by the colors, I think.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure Burning Strike and Crown Fire are the only ones. He's underleveled as heck. It's just we have fully offense-based gear. And Crown Fire is a really good spell. We're like, by the final boss, we are exactly 20 levels below the boss. So, yeah, we are. And this is like the second to last boss. It's, yeah, spooky. Which granted, you don't usually fight the final boss on even levels in this game, I think, because random encounters just give you so little EXP. But, either way, we're like 20 levels down.
Always below the level, no matter what, in a speedrun.
Yeah. Especially in Tails. Well, you're not always underleveled in speedruns, but in Tails, yeah. Actually, even in Tails, you're not always under. It's like Zilia has EXP food, which keeps you on level, and then and like Symphonia 2 has the EXP grind fights.
Okay, I'll take the armor.
So yeah, we're looking for decent fights to refresh our win step with here. Best enemies are the armors when you're indoors, and
oh shoot,
the mammoths outside and the ghosts outside are all really good. Spider ladies are acceptable. Everything else is kind of garbage. Especially fire dragons and the axe beak things, and the harpies, all kind of awful. There's the one enemy or the two enemies I guess you really want to avoid are the fire dragons and the big purple eyeball blob dudes, because both of those take literally forever to kill. Mama.
Nope, not yet.
Dance game. I would literally do it just for retribution. So one of the reasons mammoths are really good, other than like them being really really large, so they basically eat crown fire no matter what you cast, is that they have a lot of HP. Dealing 40,000 damage in what is considered one combo unlocks a battle action called Retribution. Which, when you guard an attack... Yeah, when you guard an attack, you, wow. Didn't even get to 40k. Yeah, when you guard an attack with Retribution active, it adds the amount of damage you blocked to your next attack. Which isn't immensely great, but it's definitely not insignificant on the final boss. You can only store one hit's worth of damage, though. So a multi-hit attack that just shreds your HP, you just won't shred their HP back. But the penultimate final, I guess, technically, but what is basically the final boss is uses mostly hits that hit really really hard once, so it actually adds quite a lot of damage over the course of the fight if you block. It's quite a long fight, like 3+ minutes, depending on gear and burn RNG. A defense down RNG. We've grabbed our last chests. Also, managing TP is the lower version of stuff like CC and SC and SG, in my opinion. Like, managing SC and SG and Zestiria and Berseria is actually really when you're not overleveled and overgeared. Like, you just look at the start of the run of Zestiria and the water Armata stuff, and he runs out of SC really quickly if he doesn't do stuff correctly. And then CC and Graces is pretty important for doing like optimal combos and casual.
Almost there.
Yeah, buddy. Have you taken the last encounter already, or
yeah?
Do you have one more? Okay.
That was the last one.
Yeah, I couldn't remember how far in the dungeon we were. Flying to chat and stuff, so I haven't actually been paying that much attention. I don't remember which trials are in which order now. I just know which way to go in the dungeon itself. So yeah, that's the we've done all of the wind stepping we need. We actually kept wind step up from about 2 hours ago. Ish. Not quite. And we're just about to do the final bosses. And the Walk of Shame. So this is normal Held Elf, which we all call Held Elf Hameha. Spooky attack. We all call the Held Elf Hameha. Actually, the most terrifying thing you face in the entire speedrun, this one. It has super armor during the startup. These crown fires are just timed really fortunately, so it's hitting him out of it. You can see that Shin's just stopping his spellcast to sidestep it though, just in case it goes off.
Yeah, only the last, like all the hits need to land for it to cancel.
Yeah,
and
that thing will
really
actually just one-shot you.
Yeah.
Through your guard if you block it. So, especially with our gear, where we have all defensive gear equipped. Yeah, he just does giant. Yep, there it is. There's the water Hameha. Actually just murders you instantly. And killing Held Elf before you are quote-unquote supposed to, leading to bad end, is because you don't purify Maltellus. I know that part of the story. Because Maltellus is here in Artorias' throne, so we just never come over here if we kill Held Elf early. It doesn't unleash Maltellus, but you never purify him, whose vessel is the land, so it doesn't fix the malevolence issue. Which is kind of our goal. Our goal is not to beat up the Lord of Calamity. Our goal is to fix the malevolence spreading throughout the entire land.
I manually stepped that, poggers.
Oof. Fine lasers. Actually, imagine Shin manually stepping anything. That Hellfire release was, oof. So that's the Held Elf Hameha done. This is basically the true final boss. It's like the final real fight you have to do. There's still another boss after it, and then the Walk of Shame. But you can see our damage on this guy is really high. He has like basic no defense stats, and he is dragon typed, and we have a lot of dragon abusing weaknesses. So Shin's going to be using Banish here just to extend his combo stages, and then using Tower of Blood between these spell casts, because this game has a FF12-like spell queue system, where only a certain amount of effects can be on screen at the same time. If you try and cast a spell whilst you can't, it will stall until all of the effects are cleared. It's not the same as FF12, where as soon as there's enough space for the spell to fire, it will fire. This game, it will just be like, nope, you're not having the spell until the effect queue is entirely clean. So what the Tower of Blood does is, not only does it do extra damage when you have filled the effect queue, but because hidden arts can go off anyway, but it also adds damage to our crown fires because the hidden art damage multiplier. And yes, this is a DPS check, but you need to have really, really, really bad gear to not be able to reach it, even on higher difficulty, as long as you know how to do decent DPS. Which is, there's two options. The one Shin's using here is just continuing with Fire Arm Matters, spamming the really powerful and using Banishes and Tower of Blood. The other option is switching to Rose, non-armatized, and using the only art in the entire game worth using that isn't in armatized form, which is Dream Slasher. Where they messed up on the scaling for Dream Slasher, because it is balanced as if it has 2 hits, but it can hit 6 times. Which effectively gives it triple the damage of most of the other arts. It's really fast, to the extent that New Game Plus is Dream Slasher %. As soon as you get Rose, you just run around, you spam Dream Slasher at things, and they instantly die. I mean, you can ignore gear as you actually upgrade. Part of the problem with a lot of people, they prioritized fusing their current gear rather than switching to new gear. And they went to the when they went to the shops and stuff, like all the new shops, just pick the highest stat gear and you will not have problems with this game. Like people are too obsessed with like fusing their own gear, which granted the game does tell you to do that, but it's wrong. Very wrong. Oh yeah, I guess I never pointed it out. This is a safe spot in this fight. This attack can hit you. There's no safe spot that dodges literally all attacks. But you can avoid all but 1 or 2, and he never uses the same attack twice in a row. So you always have an opening in the safe spot over here. There's another safe spot that dodges a different attack that's slightly further back. But again, one thing can reach you. Now unfortunately here, after you've done 3 of these DPS checks, you can't armatize Rose anymore. Because for some reason you can't switch the Seraph onto Rose when you only have 1. It defaults to Saray and it's stuck on Saray. So you kind of have to control Saray here. You don't really have the option of anything else. So we have to do the lower DPS Saray stuff. Luckily his HP is really low here and Saray's physical attack is really high, so the Banishes do a lot of damage. One thing I guess I never covered is that Banish Blast is based purely on your physical attack, and as far as stats is concerned, but it also does significantly more damage the less HP the enemy has. Just remember to let HS know that you're going to call time when you do the walk. Because I'm on delay, so I can't call time for you. So that's what is effectively the final boss finish. There's one more, which all you need to do is get to free BG, and you win the fight effectively. which is why we grabbed a chest in the final dungeon that had an elixir in it, despite having a bunch of arcane bottles that also give us. Because you need 3 BG and you start with 0. And the problem with that is arcanes only do 2 at a time.
Almost misses off.
That's Sonic Thrust. But basically, he has a restrain resistance to everything except Earth Elemental attacks. So you're obviously supposed to use Lion's Howl to get this MA off, because you have to stagger him to MA. But you can also use Shadow Fang, because I guess they didn't really think about it too much. Which is faster, but also easier for him to hit you out of it. But that's it, done more or less. Check the time. It's like.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
VR.
Is it actually gonna happen? Yeah, I fucking knew it.
Sub 5 boys coming up.
Dude, I told you. I told you at the start of this run, I'm like, you're just gonna casually marathon world record again. Easy game. I'm a prophet.
Yeah, time is gonna be like in like 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, we just gotta do the walk of shame. Time ends when we stab him. Because that's input. So, that is basically Tales of Zestiria finished. Yes, this is a world record. Shin has a habit of getting world record time. He's done it like 6 times, or some shenanigan. It's he does it all the time. It's like straight up. So I will reiterate the fact that this speedrun looks really easy to the untrained eye.
Time coming up soonish. And time. By the way, stabby stab.
Stab Z. Yeah, as I say, this run looks really easy to the untrained eye, but if you think that, I challenge you to go try it out. Try to do these crown fire loops yourself. You will struggle a lot. Lots of bosses will one-tap you. Yeah, the world record was over 5 hours. This is by a few minutes.
Yeah. This is what happens when you get decent gear and some luck.
Like, this is actually the most decent or most disgusting gear I've ever seen. The only issue is that he didn't get Elder Garden early, but he still got one, which is the most important thing. So I'll let you say some words to end off before HS cuts you off, Jim.
Yeah.
Good job on the world record, friend.
Yeah, great run. It was fun running here. But I'll do one more run in like 4 days or so. Cold Steel 2. So yeah.